A very good afternoon to you and welcome to with KBC. My name is Angela Chirol. Welcome to the third session of the afternoon sitting, the session that is just expected to begin in the next 3 minutes. Our members today are expected to consider and debate on a couple of motions and bills. Also, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the Ministry for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy and Sports is expected this afternoon to respond to a couple of questions from members of Parliament concerning a couple of issues led by the scope of the ministry's policy, stopping the constructions of the new stadia across the country, and whether such policy meant suspension of completion of stadia whose construction has started, among other questions. But we begin with the National Government Administration Laws, that is the Amendment Bill of the National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023. That will be brought by the leader of Majority Party. It's on its second reading, and the Speaker of the day today is expected to put a question and subject to his determination. The National Government Administration's Laws Bill of 2023 is seeking to make various amendments to the Assumption of the Office of President Act of 2012. That is the National Security Council Act 2012, the Office of the Attorney General Act 2012, and the National Government Coordination Act of 2013. The bill contains a couple of amendments. That is the Assumption of Office of the President Act 2012. It aims to amend the Assumption of the Office of the President Act with the objective of strengthening the composition of the Assumption of the Office of the President Committee, that is by incorporating the Secretary to the National Security Council and the Principal Secretary responsible for defense as an additional members of the committee. The bill is also seeking to enhance the representation of the President-elect in the committee, that is by increasing the number of representatives of the President-elect from 3 to 6. On the National Security Council Act 2012, that is number 23, the bill proposes to amend the National Security Council Act 2012 to provide for the appointment of the National Security Advisor, to designate the National Security Advisor as the Secretary of the National Security Council, to prescribe the functions of the National Security Advisor, to establish the National Security Council Committee, and to prescribe the functions of the National Security Council Committee. On the Office of the Attorney General Act, that is number 49 of 2012, it proposes to amend the Office of the Attorney General Act 2012 to remove the Attorney General as the custodian of the public seal, as it is. Also, the National Government Coordination Act of 2013, that is number 1. The bill proposes to amend the National Government Coordination Act 2013 to provide for the establishments and the functions of the Head of Public Service and the offices of the Chief Administrative Secretary, popularly known as the CASs. Also on the statement on the delegation of the legislative powers and limitation of fundamental rights and freedom. This bill, that a question is set to be put in its second reading, does not delegate legislative powers and does not limit fundamental rights and freedoms. The bill does not affect the functions and the powers of county governments. and therefore it's not a bill concerning counties for the purposes of our standing orders. The enactment of this bill shall occasion additional expenditure of public funds. That is the bill that is brought to you by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, who is a member of parliament for Kikuyu constituency. And a question may be set to be put that is subject to the Speaker's determination this afternoon. We also have the National Cohesion and Integration Bill, National Assembly, that is Bill number 74 of 2023. That is it's in first reading and is expected to come up this afternoon. And the principal objective of this bill is to provide for the coordinated structure for the cohesion and peace building in our country. The bill seeks to align the Act with the present constitutional dispensation and the structure of government, that is by repealing the National Cohesion and Integration Act number 12 of 2008, whose enactment was before that of the Constitution. It delegates legislative powers to the Cabinet Secretary and the Commission. Therefore, it does not limit any fundamental rights and freedom. This bill also concerns the county governments, that is in terms of Article 110 of our Constitution. It's a money bill within the article, meaning of Article 114 of our Constitution. Also, our members are expected to debate on the treaty making and ratification, that is Amendment number 2 Bill of the National Assembly, that is Bill number 9 of 2024. This will be coming on. We'll ask the Cabinet Secretary to provide the status of the construction, including the expected date of completion of Ruringu Stadium in Nyeri County, the cost of the project, and the amount that has already been spent off. And the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, has walked into today's session. And I now hand over you to the plenary. Let's continue watching.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi utasame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, you may continue ringing the quorum bell.
And having not achieved quorum for the commencement of the House, that is pursuant to our standing order number 34, a bell has been rung to allow members of Parliament to walk into the House for today's afternoon sitting. And it's a day that the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Ababu Namwamba, is expected to respond to questions not less than 3 p.m. this afternoon. Among the questions the Cabinet Secretary will be answering this afternoon is that from the member for Nyeri Town, Honorable Duncan Mathenge, on stating the reasons for the delay in the completions of Rirungu Stadium, considering its upgrade was launched 6 years ago, and they state the loss suffered by the local community as the result of the delay. A question also on to outline the measures the government shall undertake into the account into the future.
Honorable
The quorum
members,
has been
we
achieved
now have
and are now
quorum to
reviewed
transact
the
business. Clerk?
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Wandai, I'll deliver a communication on your objection in maybe in the next 30 minutes, just before we go to questions.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 20th March 2024, afternoon sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein in respect of the following: University of Embu, Commission for University Education, Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Petroleum Development Levy Fund, State Department for Petroleum, the National Communications Secretariat, Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital, Kenya Trade Remedies Agency, and the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Wilson Koech. Or any member of that committee? Yes, Kandia. Give Honorable Kandia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think our chair is just about to enter this house. We were with him out just a few minutes ago.
Is indeed the one strolling in?
Yeah.
Honorable Kandia, not Koech, sorry.
Sincere apologies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 20th March 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its participation in the Diaspora Mobile Consular Service exercise in Japan from 20th to 27 November 2023.
Next, order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Gathoni Wamshomba. Honorable Wamshomba. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the House adopts a report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its participation in Diaspora Mobile Consular Service exercise in Japan, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 20th, 2024.
Thank you, Rich. Second time, Wamshomba. Matter stayed. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Vice Chair, NGCDF, Honorable Tandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yesterday, there was the directive that we get a statement from the board, and here it is. Allocation of funds towards the infrastructure development in junior secondary school. Our attention has been drawn to the debate on the National Assembly on 19th March 2024 from 2 p.m. on the above subject, and the Honorable Speaker's direction that the chairman of the Select Committee on National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NGCDF, submits a report on the concerns raised by the honorable members as per the attached Hansard recording. As the agency responsible for receiving and approving project proposals submitted by the various constituencies, we wish to provide the following information for the attention of the National Assembly Select Committee on the NGCDF. The National Government Constituencies Development Fund was allocated a total of 53,531,500,000 in the original budget for the financial year 2023-2024. A further Kenya shillings 3.4 billion was allocated to the fund under the Supplementary Estimate 1 as a conditional grant towards implementation of infrastructure projects in junior secondary schools, JSS. Additionally, another Kenya shillings 1 billion was allocated towards schools infrastructure in Nairobi County. This brought the total allocation to the fund in the year 2023-2024 financial year to Kenya shillings 57,931,500,000. In the communication to the board on the 3.4 billion allocation through letter reference Ministry of Education, Headquarters 3727 in brackets 110, dated 3rd October 2023, the State Department for Basic Education provided a breakdown of varying amounts allocated to each constituency based on the grade 7 enrollment, and each constituency was required to match the ministry's allocation a shilling for a shilling. The constituency committees were also required to incorporate sub-county directors of education and deputy county commissioners in the education of beneficiary schools and implementation of the projects. As per the guidelines that were agreed on with the National Assembly Committee on Education and Research, the allocation under this program was for the construction of classrooms and integrated learning centers. In view of the foregoing, the board, strictly guided by the guidelines issued by the Minister of Education, in approving projects under funds allocated set aside for infrastructure development in junior secondary schools targeting construction of classrooms and integrated learning centers. However, constituencies are at liberty to finance construction of other infrastructure facilities in schools, including toilets and perimeter walls, using NGCDF allocations, provided that the project proposals meet the threshold prescribed in the NGCDF Amendment Act 2023. That's the end of the statement from the board. However, I would want to add to honorable members that the main issue which was deliberated upon yesterday on construction of toilets, the board is very clear that no member can be denied a project provided it follows the laid down guidelines. More so, when it comes to the GSS funds, which were given as a conditional grant, then they were specifically, and the guidelines are clear, the fund managers know that they were to do either classrooms, laboratories, or libraries targeting junior secondary school infrastructure, and out of that, you were to match those funds. So it is very clear that you can't use those funds to do a toilet or a perimeter wall. But as the communication says, you will still do that if you use your normal NGCDF allocation and the board cannot deny you or cannot refuse to approve such a project provided it is within your allocation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Tandaza, where's Jared Okello? He's the one who raised this. I believe you've satisfied the House. Pandai, do you have any brief for your member? Go ahead. Do you have any brief for Jared Okello? He's the one who raised this? Okay. Okay, Tandaza, thank you. That rests the matter. Members, I'll go back to order number 6 and invite the Honorable Wamshomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My sincere apologies. I was held up in the constituency with farmers. I stand to move a motion that, aware that Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution provides for the right of every person to access the highest attainable standard of health, further aware that poor quality of health services, especially maternity care, has been a recurring concern among the women in the country, noting that there is an increased pre- and postpartum mistreatment and dehumanized care of women by healthcare providers, also known as obstetric violence or OBV, further noting that obstetric violence includes, but not limited to, disrespectful and abusive behavior, physical and verbal abuse, neglect, forced medical procedures, humiliation, and assault in healthcare settings, concerned that sustained class-based disparities shape different maternal and infant health outcomes with women of low socioeconomic status, mostly experiencing greater levels of obstetric violence, and further concerned that this is not only affecting women's physical and mental health, but also impact on the overall health outcomes of mothers and their newborns, significantly contributing to higher maternal mortality rates, cognizant to the fact that there exists no national policy or framework to address and prevent obstetric violence. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government, through the Ministry of Health, develops a policy on prevention of obstetric violence in healthcare facilities in the country and provides a framework for regular monitoring and reporting of the cases to curb incidences of pre- and postpartum mistreatment of women seeking health in health services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mchomba. We go back to order number 7, Muafrika. Member for Roysambu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement and to say that it is a sad moment for the people of Roysambu due to an accident which occurred at Maungu. Mr. Speaker, that accident caused a death of 7 students of Kenyatta University. They were on an education tour to the Department of Health Management and Informatics. And Mr. Speaker, we have several students who are injured. 42 of them have been admitted at Moi Rivaro Hospital in Voi. 7 were airlifted to Avenue Hospital here in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to convey my heartfelt condolences to the bereaved family of these students.
Give give the mic to Honorable Mudhoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to join the MP Rwasambu in mourning the death of the students of Kenyatta University. Honorable Speaker, it is very sad that we continue losing young, brainy minds in our roads. Honorable Speaker, I want to say, as I convey my sincere condolences to the Kenyatta University fraternity and to the parents who are very expectant, Honorable Speaker, that their children are going through schools and they'll come back to the villages and be of value and use in the communities. Honorable Speaker, I wish to implore upon the government, Honorable Speaker, to take measures, because every other day we are hearing of school buses having accidents. Prior to that, Kapsabet boys had an accident where they lost a teacher and a student. Honorable Speaker, it is the high time that the government puts in measures that can be able to mitigate this so that we stop loss of young people, Honorable Speaker, in our roads. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I too join the family of Kenyatta University in mourning their loved ones and wishing those who are injured very speedy recovery. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mudhoni. Yes, Honorable Member. Notary Ndikiri, the member for Igembe North.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker, for the opportunity.
Julius.
I want also to join my colleague, Mwafrika, in condoling the families of the bereaved, and also to extend my sincere sympathies to those who are recuperating in various hospitals. It is sad, actually, to lose very young souls, very illustrious future leaders of this country through tragic road accidents that we have seen taking place in the recent near future. I do also appeal to the Ministry of Health or the ministry concerned to take up the bills so that these families cannot suffer grievous loss that were not intended. I rest my case, Honorable Speaker.
Ndikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it is a sad day for Kenyatta University students, the parents, and the nation at large. Mr. Speaker, for the last couple of days, the country has witnessed a lot of accidents on our lawns. Mr. Speaker, it is happening during when we thought the government would be very keen, particularly the Ministry of Transport, which is in charge of the transport in this country, to have taken serious initiatives to address the many causes of accident in this country. In almost all corners of this republic, you see Busia, Meru, Mombasa, everywhere, there is a fatal accident happening. And there seems to be no serious response from the ministry concerned. Mr. Speaker, I think time has come that the ministry and the government revisit the way the transporters, either passenger or cargo or whatever, is being managed by all of us. Mr. Speaker, the accidents are happening as a result of carelessness. It's happening as a result of the way the roads have been designed. It's happening as a result of lack of proper mechanical standards of vehicles in this country, particularly, Mr. Speaker, the passenger vehicles in this country. Mr. Speaker, there was a time we used to have road control checkpoints. Mr. Speaker, that seems to have disappeared. Mr. Speaker, we never used to hear, the government had put measures to strictly prohibit trucks traveling at night. Mr. Speaker, there was a time we used to have check limits and even roadblocks. Mr. Speaker, I think the carelessness in terms of our drivers is evident. Mr. Speaker, drivers traveling for long distances. Mr. Speaker, these are matters that the Ministry of Transport have failed to address in conjunction to all the stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, the casualties more are the school children. All the buses in this country, Mr. Speaker, they don't meet the international standards of passenger vehicle standards, by all means. And I think we need to ask the ministry to be conscious of this and start taking this matter very seriously. We really sympathize, we really express our condolences to the family of the dead and also those who passed on. May God bless their soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Maungu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to stand with our students who perished at Kenyatta University. Just as the honorable member put it clear, Mr. Speaker, it is indeed very sad for this country when we as a nation lose young lives, especially our youth, whom we depend on for today and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the last 1 week, we had 2 institutions having their buses involved in road accidents. That was a school in Kapsabet, and a few days after, we had the KU bus that was involved in an accident, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
But what was even painful, Mr. Speaker, was to see social media aflash with photos and pictures of students caught up between the wreck, Mr. Speaker, even before the parents could even know of the same. So what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that it's high time that we looked into the safety of school transport, be it is in secondary schools or in universities or other colleges, Mr. Speaker. It's high time that we as a country looked at the safety of students who use these modes of transport, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's high time that we even went further to look at the transport, the public transport sector, because our drivers need to be extra careful, especially when carrying these young souls or when ferrying them from one end to the other, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as I stand with my people, I want to convey our condolences on behalf of myself and the people of Rwanda to the affected families and call upon the government to come in handy and maybe support these families, Mr. Speaker, either by meeting the costs, the medical costs of all those who are currently in hospitals, as well as last expenditure for those whose lives were lost, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daud. Give Honorable Daud the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first is condolences to the 11 families who lost their loved ones in the bus, and quick recovery to the ones who are in hospital. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague has said, Honorable Rindikiri, the issue with buses, the construction of buses in Kenya is on a wrong chassis. We were with NTSA 2 weeks back, and they said the buses which are made in this country do not follow the right guidelines, and they are made of the lorry chassis, which should not be the case. So that what is there, the envelope, there is no envelope protecting any passenger in those vehicles. And this is a wake-up call for the Ministry of Transport, because they need now to step their authority and get accidents to reduce. But Mr. Speaker, last week we had inter-county schools games in Meru, and the buses, one bus from Kitui nearly went into Nidhi Bridge, but luckily the driver crossed the road and went and hit the hill so that he did not go into the Nidhi Bridge. So, Mr. Speaker, we need now to be more vigilant of how our trucks are, buses and trucks are driven, as well as NTSA has to come in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll end there. May the good Lord rest their souls in eternal peace, and the majority leader try and embrace the Minister of Education to have buses transporting our children to be properly serviced and be driven carefully. Allow me to acknowledge Narumoru girls from Kieni in the Speaker's Gallery. Kieni is in Nyeri County. Mugumo girls from Gishugu in Kirinyaga. Gadhiriga Junior Secondary School from Kipipiri, Nyandarua. On behalf of myself and the House, we welcome all the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Yes, Wandai.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I'm rising on a point of order, understanding order 142. This basically concerning concurrence of the other house in terms of processing of bills.
Concerning?
The concurrence of both houses.
Yes.
In terms of processing of bills.
Can you do that when I finish the statements?
Okay.
I still have some statements. Joshua Kandie, member for Baringo Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the delayed salaries and understaffing of non-teaching personnel in special needs schools. Honorable Speaker, special needs schools play an indispensable role in our society, catering to the unique requirement of students with diverse learning abilities and disabilities. Additionally, it is evident that non-teaching staff, often referred to as support staff, play a vital role in fostering conducive teaching and learning environment within schools. Support staff encompasses a wide range of roles, including administrative personnel, transcribers, physiotherapists, teachers, aides, cooks, cleaners, and drivers. Honorable Speaker, support staff in special needs schools play a crucial role, often extending beyond the confines of traditional teaching responsibilities. However, schools continue to face challenges such as delayed payment of support staff salaries and inadequate staffing levels, which has adversely impacted the smooth operation of the schools. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. What measures has the Ministry of Education put in place to ensure increased budget allocations to meet the needs of special needs schools and timely payment of support staff, particularly in Cabernet School for the deaf-blind children in Baringo Central? Number 2, what initiatives have been rolled out to support staff in schools catering to students with disabilities? 3, what does the ministry intend to support staff in affected special schools, given the crucial role of support staff in fostering effective learning environment for students with disabilities? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Education Committee. Honorable Mel is not here. Any member? Yes, Julius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bring a statement in 2 weeks. Bring an answer to the statement in 2 weeks.
Yes, we will.
Next, Owen Bayer, member for Kilifi North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, in my capacity as member of Kilifi North. Honorable Speaker, I want to request a statement regarding the withholding of academic certificates by school heads in both public primary and secondary schools. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44 to C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the withholding of academic certificates by principals in both public, primary, and secondary schools in the country. Honorable Speaker, most primary schools and secondary schools in Kenya have withheld the release of examination certificates because of students' failure to pay school fees and other dues, thus transforming the legal character of the certificate from documentary evidence of an individual's academic performance to a debt instrument. Honorable Speaker, Article 53(1)(b) entitles every child to the right to free and compulsory basic education, while Article 55A of the Constitution obligates the state to take necessary measures, including affirmative action programs, to ensure access of relevant education and training by the youth. To this end, the Kenya National Examination Council was established to conduct examinations and award certificates to learners upon completion of every level, particularly for primary and secondary education. Additionally, Section 10(1)(b) of the Kenya National Examination Council's Act 2012 prohibits any institution or person from withholding Kenya National Examination certificates or diploma from any candidate. Further, the Ministry of Education issued directives and guidelines requiring schools to promptly release academic certificates to students irrespective of any fees arrears. Honorable Speaker, most students who are indebted to schools are from poor and disadvantaged backgrounds because their parents are unable to raise school fees, and withholding their examination certificates is equivalent to killing their future careers, prospects, and dreams. Honorable Speaker, it is sad that implementation of the laws, directives, and guidelines has been wanting over the years, depriving learners of rightful access to their academic certificates, thereby impeding their path to academic advancement. Honorable Speaker, that withholding of examination certificates by school heads amounts to abuse of power and lack of integrity. It goes without saying that education is the greatest equalizer in today's society. Therefore, examination certificates should be released to examinees so as to allow them to join TVETs, colleges, and universities to enable them pursue higher learning and better their lives. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Education on the following. 1. Could the chairperson conduct an inquiry into the withholding of academic certificates by various school heads in the country, contrary to Section 10(1)(b) of the Kenya National Examination Council Act 2012, and provide a report to the House, including recommendations for direct access to academic certificates by students? 2, could the chairperson provide a report on the number of examination certificates being withheld in various schools in the country since 2012 and the reasons for being withheld? 3, could the Kenya National Examination Council consider leveraging on ICT by developing an alternative platform for examination registration and direct access to examination results and certificates by examinees? 4, could the chairperson recommend that the Kenya National Examination Council recalls all examination certificates held by school heads in Kenya? 5, could the chairperson recommend that the Kenya National Examination Council ensure that school heads act purely as agents of the council and not abrogate their other responsibilities by withholding examinees to ransom? And lastly, Honorable Speaker, could the chairperson recommend that the Kenya National Examination Council opens examination centers in every sub-county in Kenya and post examination officers to coordinate examinations, receive all results from NEC once they are released, and have all the examinees pick their examination certificates from the centers. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Owen. Julius, another 2 weeks, you bring the statement response on the same day? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Considering that we are bringing for recess, I do seek your indulgence to do an extension by 1 week, because that's a weighty matter that requires calling for information from various government agencies, the NEC and the other offices. Kindly.
I will not accede to that. This is a very short recess, and committees are busy working. They are not going on any recess. So get to the ministry and bring the responses in 2 weeks. Joseph Lekuton, member for Laisamis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, sub 2, subsection C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee of Environment, Forestry, and Mining regarding the status of preparedness of Northern Kenya pastoralists to cope with the impacts of climate change. Honorable Speaker, climate change poses significant challenges to Northern Kenya pastoralists, especially with livestock losses and diminishing crop production in the semi-arid areas. It's regrettable that the government is yet to put elaborate strategies and initiatives to promote resilient livelihoods among pastoral community in the face of these environmental adversities. As the region suffers an alarming livestock depletion of nearly 70%, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the increasing impossibility of crop production in Northern Kenya counties, there seem to be no sustainable development practices and alternative livelihoods opportunity to enhance the adaptivity, capacity, and economic stability of pastoralists in the northern region and ensure long-term resilience following the impacts of climate change. Honorable Speaker, additionally, climate change has induced shocks such as limited pasture availability and increased water scarcity, which calls for comprehensive policy measures, capacity building programs, and investment strategies that will help empower pastoral communities, protect their livelihoods, and ensure their sustainable social-economic development in the foreseeable future. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, and Mining to provide a report on the status of government preparedness and programs put in place to assist pastoralists in the northern Kenya regions and other arid parts of Kenya to curb or cope with the effects of climate change. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Lekuton, who is the chair of the relevant committee dealing with the environment. That is, yes, Honorable Member for Nakuru East.
Yes, Honorable.
You bring a response in 2 weeks.
Most obliged, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker. Thank you.
Karen. Honorable members, will now invite the member for M.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I seek your indulgence on a matter that I raised in this House 2 weeks ago on a statement to the CS Treasury regarding the public service superannuation scheme, of which the Cabinet Secretary has not nominated the board members since December. And now we are going on recess. Honorable Speaker, no answer has been forthcoming, despite the fact that I did raise it officially in the House, and therefore the board is not working, and that makes the workers, teachers, and any other public workers not get the services they should be getting from that public service superannuation scheme. So my indulgence is that you may ask that the CS be pushed or moved to bring the answers to the statement. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Where is Kimani? Majority Leader, you will advise the member for Molo, the Chair of Finance, to bring a response when we resume. Other honorable members, take your seats. I give this short communication. We go back to Order number 2. Orwanda, you want me to hear you first? I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, actually, I rose on a point of order, understanding order 142, read together with the Article 110, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution. This basically the matter concerning concurrence of both houses on bills that concern counties. Honorable Speaker, both the standing orders and the Constitution are silent on how long a bill can take in one particular house, a bill that requires concurrence of both houses, once referred to the other house. I'm specifically referring to the sugar bill, which we processed in this house late last year. And it's a bill that was sponsored by the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. But it's a bill also that attracted a lot of public interest, and especially in the Western Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is now March, approaching April, and we have not seen any indication that the bill has been brought back, either with amendments or without amendments from the Senate. So I'm not sure how you'll guide this, but I would really want to plead with you. Perhaps use your good office to impress upon the other house to perhaps fast-track the bill. Because, Honorable Speaker, I was in the village last weekend. The issue of sugar is so emotive, and everywhere we go, we are being asked, where is the Sugar Act? Where is the sugar bill? Where is the sugar bill, Honorable Speaker? And on the same note, as I conclude, maybe 1 minute, on the same note, Honorable Speaker, I know a lot of processes are underway in terms of leasing out the sugar farms, the public sugar farms, the mills. But Honorable Speaker, you and I know that Miwani Sugar Company was exempted from this process. But as we speak, Miwani Sugar Company is idle and the community around it are suffering. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, you would use your good office to perhaps impress upon the President in the same manner he acted on Mumia's case, that the cases around, the court cases around Miwani Sugar be withdrawn and out of court settlement be arrived at, so that the community can benefit from the Miwani Sugar facility.
Thank you. You've made your point. Yes, Owen Baya, on the same issue? Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, the minority leader raises a very, very important fundamental question on how long a bill should take between the two houses, and especially at the Senate. Honorable Speaker, it's on good record that as Parliament, we've been fast-tracking Senate bills, and we have a lot of Senate bills in our order paper. But suffice it to say here, Honorable Speaker, in the 12th Parliament, the people of the coast waited for the Crop Amendment Act bill, which we processed here with Honorable Tandaza, to put cashew nuts and bixa as scheduled crops, something that the coast region had for a long time yearned for. We succeeded in this House. It was taken to the Senate. It went until we went sign die. And that has frustrated the farmers because scheduling a crop, putting as a scheduled crop, means a lot. It means budget, it means extension officers, it means productivity. But the economy of the coast has continued to stagnate just because Senate kept a bill, and even when we were looking for it, nobody at the Senate knew where the bill was. Honorable Speaker, under your leadership, we would like this to change, so that when we finish a bill here in this House, we are able to take it to Senate, we have a time frame, and that bill can come back, whether for mediation or whatsoever, but bills from National Assembly going to the Senate stay inordinately without them being passed. It is a sad story, and I hope this bicameral bill we passed here yesterday, and which will go into the Committee of the Whole, will normalize this situation so that the National Assembly does not suffer in the hands of the Senate. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me thank the Leader of Minority for raising that issue. Honorable Speaker, yesterday as I was driving here in the afternoon, I saw an engagement in the Senate. I was watching online where they were complaining that we are also taking inordinately long to process their bills. But Honorable Speaker, you are aware that in the House Business Committee, we did purpose to consider all bills that are coming from the Senate, and in good faith, we have done that. But they're also complaining that the House did reject 2 bills, one proposed by Senator Cherargei and the other one by Senator Mungatana, which the House defeated on second reading. And I listened to the argument. They were arguing that we should have allowed the bills to progress to the committee of the whole before we get into mediation. But I thought it's a defeatist argument, because the end will be the same, that you end up with mediation. And if the House felt that substantively the bill did not meet a particular threshold, as was advised by the chair of the Environment Committee and the other committee that considered the other bill by Cherargei, then we need not go to third reading. And Honorable Speaker, you know, we in this House have restrained yourself after you came here from the other House, from in any way referring to the other House as a junior House or a lower House. But I saw them unfortunately refer to this House as a lower House, and we leave it at that. But I did engage with the leader of minority in the Senate when I saw that particular debate, and I raised the particular issue of the sugar bill and others that have come from this House and are pending there, including the fisheries bill that the ministry and the committee on agriculture and irrigation has been following up. And he indicated that the committee on the other side is finalizing work on the sugar bill, and by the end of next week, they should be completing that bill, and I do hope that they will be able to keep their word on that, together with processing of the other bill that I did mention to him on the fisheries management bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I beg that we give them until the end of next week and see if they'll be able to complete it as they promised.
Thank you, Wandai, for raising the issue, and Majority Leader and your deputy. What I would want Majority Leader and your team to do is first the sugar bill, I'm told, is on the floor of the Senate this week or next week. One of the impediments in fast-tracking bills, as you know, under the Constitution, every bill from the Senate must come to this House. Not all bills from this House go to the Senate. Now, what you need to deal with, you have the Chepkonga bill on bicameral relations, and I think there's one other bill that has been brought by yourself. You must address the issue of public participation. If a bill originates from this House and has gone through extensive public participation, is it necessary for it to go through the same mill when it gets to the Senate, and vice versa? Because public participation is public participation. It's the same public. It is the same House. When you pass a bill, it is called an act of parliament. It's not an act of Senate, it's not an act of National Assembly. So you need to address the issues of public participation so that we don't have duplex processes on the same process of legislation. That will expedite the process of bills. And like I've told you, there are those bills around Article 109, 110 that can deal with that issue. So the committee that is dealing with that, and I think I've discussed this with Honorable Murugara. I see you look tired and yawning. If you can be able to address those issues, you will help the processing of bills in a very special way. Thank you. We'll go back to, who is that, Farah? On the same issue?
Yeah, just something, I mean, very, very, very good and very exquisite, and we are happy. But, Mr. Speaker, we do not have a Public Participation Act in this country. We don't have a law. So anybody can say this.
There was a law in the last parliament that was brought but rejected by the House.
Yes, yes. So is it not time you probably direct, Mr. Speaker, that we should have a law that basically defines what public participation is so that we all know we are doing
I think the issue is safely in the hands of the Majority Leader.
Okay.
Once you have that, then you'll cure all this. Order, honorable members, we'll go back to order number 2. McLeod, can you take your seat? Farah and Bay, you take your seats or walk out if you are walking out. Thank you. Honorable members, you will recall that during the afternoon sitting of yesterday, Tuesday, 19th March 2024, during the second reading of the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill 2023, the leader of the minority party, the Honorable P.O. Andai, GHMP, rose on a point of order under Standing Order 47.3b. The Honorable Leader of the minority party sought the Speaker's ruling on the constitutionality of some specific aspects of the bill. In his submission, the Leader of the minority party claimed that there were constitutional issues, in fact he said grave constitutional issues, that touched on the substratum of the said bill, hence requiring determination of the Speaker before the debate on the bill could resume. Honorable members, the Leader of the minority party singled out the proposed amendments to the provisions relating to the National Government Coordination Act 2013, whose import is to create the office of the Chief Administrative Secretary and that of the Head of Public Service. He argued that the amendments, if passed in the manner contained in the bill, would be unconstitutional. Honorable members, the matter elicited interest from several other members, including the Honorable Karoli Omondi, the Honorable Jared Okello, the Honorable James Nyikal, the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, the Honorable Dr. Ojambo Oundo, and the Honorable Gitonga Murugara and Owen Bayer. Honorable members, having listened to the concerns raised by the Leader of the minority party, as well as the arguments and counter-arguments by several other members, I have distilled the following 5 questions as requiring my determination. 1, whether a state office may be created through a national legislation. 2, whether the offices of the Chief Administrative Secretary and the Head of Public Service as proposed in the bill are public or state offices. 3, whether the establishment of the offices of the Chief Administrative Secretary and the Head of Public Service in the form proposed in the bill is unconstitutional. 4, what is the value of a report of a committee on a bill to the House during debate at second reading of the bill and at committee of the whole House? And 5, and last, whether the amendments proposed by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs would cure any offensive provisions in the bill. Honorable members, the first issue is whether a state office may be established through national legislation. On this question, the Leader of the minority party opined that the 2 offices were unconstitutional to the extent that they were not contemplated under the definition of state office under Article 260 of the Constitution. Honorable members who expressed divergent views from those of the Leader of the minority party relied on the fact that the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, as in its report on the bill, recommended certain proposed amendments also argued that the Constitution grants latitude to the House to exercise its legislative power to create offices in the public service through national legislation. Honorable members, Article 260 of the Constitution defines a public office as an office in the national government, a county government, or the public service if the remuneration and benefits of the office are payable directly from the consolidated fund or directly out of money provided by Parliament. The same article also defines the term state office to include the various offices therein enumerated at paragraphs A to Q. Most relevant to this matter is paragraph Q, which provides that a state office could also be an office established and designated as such by national legislation. Honorable members, it is in fact instructive to note that Article 260 of the Constitution is not couched in an exhaustive manner. Paragraph Q of the said article donates power to Parliament to further legislate on the subject by providing that a state office also include an office established and designated as such by national legislation. Honorable members, the courts have also interpreted the question of whether state offices may be created by national legislation. In the case of Matindi and 3 others, versus the National Assembly of Kenya and others, 2023, 19534 Kenya law reports, the High Court was satisfied that a state office can be created by national legislation. The court held as follows. Members at the bar, take the nearest seat. The nearest seat. The court held as follows. Whereas His Excellency the President can establish a state office within the ranks of the public service, it requires approval by the National Assembly. Such approval may be achieved by enactment of a statute which provides for the same and further provide an appropriate framework for a cap on the High Court was satisfied that a state office may be created by statute. Honorable members, this settles the first issue on establishment of a public or state office by national legislation. Honorable members, the second issue for determination is whether the office of the Chief Administrative Secretary and the Head of Public Service as proposed in the bill are public or state offices. You will recall that the office of the Chief Administrative Secretary has been subject of myriad litigation before the High Court. Honorable members, in the case of Okoiti and another versus Public Service Commission and others, 2021 Kenya law reports, the court held that there were no processes laid down in legislation for establishing the office of Chief Administrative Secretary, hence the finding of unconstitutionality. The findings in this case were reaffirmed in the case of Matindi and 3 others versus the National Assembly of Kenya and others, in which the court affirmed that the office of the Chief Administrative Secretaries were state offices which could only be lawfully established and designated as state offices by national legislation. Honorable members, in summary, the court in both instances emphasized on the need for legislation in order to constitutionalize the establishment of those offices. Differently put, the court in both instances would probably have arrived at a different finding had the establishment of those offices been done by national legislation. In this context, it appears, therefore, that the bill being contested by the leader of the minority party in actual fact intends to fill the lacuna in law as identified by the courts in the aforesaid cases. Honorable members, whereas the bill as published does not expressly designate the 2 offices as either public or state offices, it follows without question that the remuneration and benefits of the offices established are payable directly out of monies to be provided by Parliament. To that extent, the offices established are public offices within the meaning of Article 260 of the Constitution. Honorable members, this disposition settles the second issue. It also settles the third issue on whether the establishment of the 2 offices in the form proposed in the bill is constitutional. Honorable members, permit me now to address the fourth issue concerning the value of a report of a committee on a bill to the House during debate at second reading of the bill and at committee of the whole House. Honorable members, you may recall that while speaking to the matter, the member for Funyula, Dr. Ojambo Undo, argued that whenever a bill is listed in the order paper for second reading, the said bill is exclusively what should be before the House for debate and not the report of the relevant committee on the bill. According to Honorable Undo, a report of a committee of this House on a bill is inconsequential to the legislative process to the extent that what is originally debated in the bill is the bill and not the report. Honorable members, I take it that the Honorable Undo advanced the said argument oblivious of the fact that committees interface the House with the public, hence actualizing the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution on public participation. It is not possible for this whole House to engage in public participation. We do it through committees. It is for this purpose that Standing Order 127 is couched in mandatory terms as follows. 127.3. The departmental committee to which a bill is committed shall facilitate public participation on the bill through an appropriate mechanism, including A, inviting submission of memoranda, B, holding public hearings, C, consulting relevant stakeholders in a sector, and D, consulting experts on technical subjects. 3A, the departmental committee shall take into account the views and recommendations of the public under paragraph 3 in its report to the House. Honorable members, in compliance with Standing Order 127, the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs undertook public participation on the bill and tabled a report thereof. Further, the committee tabled an addendum to the report that addresses emergent issues relating to certain provisions of the bill. For greater certainty, the initial report and the addendum should be read together. Members at the bar, take the nearest seat. What is your idea of the nearest seat? Indeed, honorable members, in the 12th Parliament on 7th July 2021, when addressing the fate of individual members' bills that were pending before various committees of the House, my immediate predecessor did observe as follows, and I quote, "The importance of having committee reports on bills before commencement of second reading needs not to be overemphasized. For the information of members, committee reports on bills not only inform and enrich debate on the bill, but also, most importantly, espouse the views and recommendations of the public, which legitimizes the legislative process and cushions the House from judicial review for failing to comply with the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution, public access and participation. From the foregoing, honorable members, and in the face of the express dictates of Standing Order 127, it's generally part of our practice that committee reports on bills are integral and imperative to the legislative process, and the contents therein cannot be wished away as suggested by the member for Funyula. Honorable members, this determination leads me to the fifth question, which is whether the amendments proposed by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs would cure any offensive provisions in the bill. Honorable members, you will note that based on the views of the public and stakeholders, the committee has recommended a raft of amendments in this report, and I've already approved those amendments to come to the floor. I have perused the report, and I'm satisfied that the committee's proposed amendments, if passed by the House, will remedy the inadequacies, if any, contained in the bill. I therefore urge the House to consider the amendments proposed by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Honorable members, the purpose of Standing Order 47.3b cited by the Honorable Leader of the Minority Party is to avoid an absurd situation where the House debates, votes on, and possibly passes an unconstitutional motion. The House may therefore cure any issues of unconstitutionality at Committee of the Whole, if any. Honorable members, the ruling by my predecessor on the question of unconstitutionality claims on the Finance Bill 2019 delivered on 19 September 2019 was expressly referred to by Honorable Pio and I. In my view, the question is distinguishable from the one at present. This is because the impugned clauses of the Finance Bill 2019 were procedurally defective, and they sought to limit the right to privacy without any additional provision stating the intention to limit that right and the nature and extent of the limitation as provided in the Constitution. It is therefore my view that the application of Standing Order 47.3b is reserved for matters that are outrightly unconstitutional, whether procedurally or substantively. It is my considered view that the issues raised by the Honorable Pio and I do not fall within the category and may therefore be canvassed by the House, noting that the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and the addendum thereof proposes amendments to the bill. Honorable members, I'm inclined to the view that the plea by the leader of the minority party For the Speaker to find specific provisions of the bill unconstitutional is premature. Doing so, well aware that the House can still cure any offensive provisions in the bill through amendments at the Committee of the Whole House is akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. In this regard, honorable members, having settled the claim of unconstitutionality in relation to the bill, and bearing in mind that there are amendments proposed by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and other members, my finding is as follows. One, that the National Government Amendments Administration Laws Amendment Bill 2023 is properly before the House. Two, that since debate for second reading was concluded yesterday and the mover did reply, I will hereafter proceed to put the question for second reading. Three, that the bill may thereafter proceed to the Committee of the Whole House and third reading as scheduled by the House Business Committee, and the minority leader is at liberty to advance any amendments he may wish on the bill at that stage. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Go to order number 8.
Order number 8, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024. Second reading, question to be put.
Order, honorable members, take your seats. Order, honorable Amshomba, take your seats. Taking your seat excludes running out of the chamber. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8. That the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Statutory Instruments Act.
Honorable members, we'll go back to order number 7. Today is Wednesday. We have questions to the minister. Order number? No, there isn't. Sorry, on our supplementary order paper, we have order. I've put a question at order number 9. We have also got to put the question of Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill. Go ahead and call it out.
Order number 9, the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023. Second reading, question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, for the record, I was using the order paper published earlier, not the supplementary one. So the question I put earlier on was on order number 9 on the National Government Administration Laws Bill. Now I'll put the question on the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill. And I now put the question, which is that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Statutory Instruments Act.
Excellent. Before we call in the minister, can we dispose of order number 10 and 11, which are first reading? Clerk.
Order number 10, the National Cohesion and Integration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 74 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to outlaw discrimination on ethnic grounds, provide for the establishment of an institutional framework for national cohesion and peace building, to establish the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the treaty making, order number 11, the treaty making and ratification amendment number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the treaty making and ratification act and for connected purposes.
Yes, Honorable Kaitanyi, have you called out number 11 as well? Yes, Kaitanyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is on order number 13. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 44-2D, I wish to make a statement on the status of the consideration of the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022, by the committee. Honorable Speaker, the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022 is a bill sponsored by Senator Omar Mariam Sheikh, MP, and the bill seeks to provide for a national legislative framework for uniform procedures for the licensing of various activities by the county governments. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order number 127.4 requires that the chairperson of the committee to report to the House within 30 days on its consideration of a bill committed to it. The bill was read for the first time in the National Assembly on 28th of February 2024 and committed to the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The 30 days with respect to the bill are due to lapse on the 30th of March 2024, which will be during the recess period. Honorable Speaker, I wish to report that pursuant to the Standing Order number 127.5, the committee has already conducted public participation in accordance with Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution as read with the Standing Order 127.3 and 3A of the National Assembly. However, a number of sector institutions have not yet presented their views. Additionally, serious issues of concern were raised during the stakeholder engagements on the bill, hence requiring further deliberations. To this end, the committee resolved to have the bill undergo extensive public participation through public hearings. Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence. Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence for the House Business Committee to stand down the business from the order paper in order to allow the committee to conclude conducting public hearings and table its report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kaitanyi. So that we step down order number 13 to either tomorrow or a later date. You can go to the table office and confirm your readiness. We have a sitting tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. So whichever timing you'll be ready, we'll accommodate you. Honorable members, will now go to questions. Welcome to the House, the Honorable CS for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 questions listed for you to answer this afternoon. I have been requested, the Honorable Majority Leader, by the Honorable Dawood, that I allow him to ask the third question so that he can proceed to his religious obligations, being the month of Ramadan. And I've acceded to that request. Honorable Dawood, go ahead and ask question 0542024.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to ask my question first. Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask question number 054 of 2024 to the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, provide the timeline for the release of shillings 42 million committed by Sports Kenya on 13th December 2017 for the partial construction of Meru Divisional County offices, which included the Assistant County Commissioner's Municipality Office Block, Ntima Chief's Office, 3 Administration, Police Officers' Houses, Canteen, and a public toilet adjacent to Kinoru Stadium. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, is clarify whether the amount committed by Sports Kenya on behalf of the Ministry for the construction of the above-mentioned facilities can be redirected to NGCDF, Northimenti constituency, for the construction of the same. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, is consider reallocating the current space occupied by NGCDF Youth Center to the NGCDF Northimenti or to the Ministry of Interior so as to enable the public to make use of the space with a separate gate and boundary wall to distinguish the area from Kinoru Stadium. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Daud, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity, and to thank the House for according us the opportunity to come and interact with the honorable members on issues of relevance. And Honorable Speaker, without wasting any time, let me go straight to question number 3, question number 054 of 2024. In response to that question, let me inform the Honorable House that it is true that in 2017, Sports Kenya did make a commitment to assist in the partial construction of the Meru Divisional County offices planned to be situated near the Kinoru Stadium. However, we wish to inform the Honorable Member that this commitment was made without a confirmation of funding, as really is the requirement. That is what the law says, that before you commit to any project, there should be availability of resources for the project. But in this case, there was no confirmation, and up to date, Sports Kenya has not received any financing from Treasury. And as will be amplified while responding to other questions that are part of this session. Honorable Speaker, when the Kenya Kwanza administration came into office, we inherited a huge pileup of stalled projects pretty much all over the country. And one way of dealing with that was for us to put in place a master plan to better manage that whole space of infrastructure for sports and the creatives. And I want to assure the Honorable Member and the Honorable House that moving forward, we have sealed that loophole of committing to do projects without the requisite provision of financing. And so that's the position. There's that commitment on record, but there's just no financing to match that commitment. In response to the second segment of that question, is that, again, there is no allocation in the budget. Sports Kenya does not have this money. And in fact, the ministry is exceedingly stretched currently with commitments to host the African Nations Championship, also known as CHAN, in September this year, and the Africa Cup of Nations in 2027. And so it's just so very difficult. Of course, if these resources were to be availed if Treasury were to avail these resources as has been requested by Sports Kenya, then this project could be concluded. In response to the third segment of the question, is that this is a matter that we would leave to the local leadership to build consensus on how to use this space. If it is with regard to the Youth Empowerment Center, the ministry is already starting to roll out a program to transform all youth empowerment centers into innovation hubs. And so the honorable member may want to reflect a bit more whether this would be the best use of this space or whether we should proceed with the plans to utilize the youth empowerment centers for an innovation center. But if it is indeed a priority that the honorable member considers this particular use of this space to be the priority, then that can be, consensus can be built locally, and then the ministry would certainly consider that. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied with the answer the CS has given, because I talked to him earlier as well. Mr. Speaker, this issue I brought even in the last Parliament, and it is as if the Ministry of Sports just wants to avoid this issue, that there was no commitment. But there was a written commitment by Sports Kenya, and Sports Kenya are the ones who were doing Kinoru Stadium. So when they were doing Kinoru Stadium, they demolished a few offices, and they promised in the process of making the stadium, they will give me, because Kinoru Police Post is a gazetted police post. It's not just out of somewhere. It's been there in existence for long. And there was a meeting in July 2021 by the then Governor Kiraito Moronge and the Minister, then Ambassador Amina, together with the PS, where they agreed that the county government would provide land and the ministry would provide the funds. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not asking for funds if they cannot give it to CDF. I'm willing for them to construct for us the infrastructure which they promised. And we already have land from Kinoru Primary School, because the land which was being offered by the county government was where there was a sewage plant of the Ministry of Livestock. So that is not conducive. But we already have land. So I want the minister, while he is doing the stadium, because the stadium has still not been handed over, be part of the works of the Kinoru Stadium, because they have still not handed over the stadium, and works are still going on. Although the stadium in some places is being worn out, the running track is in a pathetic state at the moment, but that is not my concern for now. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the youth center, I want to convert it into an ICT center. I do not have an issue with it. But when they were making the stadium, they specifically wanted to demolish the youth center, which I opposed. And I said, we cannot put government money, we cannot put it the way they wanted to do it. So what I've asked is, I'm not asking for a relocation of the youth center. I've asked for the land where the youth center is standing to be removed from the stadium land and be given to either the county commissioner, and I put a gate through CDF, and I do the youth center, the ICT hub. But talking to the other people, I do not think it will help me. The minister should be able to agree that it is not part of the stadium, so that then I can follow up the other process of getting that land in the name of the interior. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister, I do not think he can escape the commitment. The commitment was made, and we need the offices of the ACC, the chiefs, and the police post, and the accommodation units for the police. Mr. Speaker, he can put that money in the stadium because it's part of the stadium. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you've heard the discourse from the member.
Honorable Speaker, I have not made any attempt whatsoever to run away from the commitment. In fact, to my credit, I did confirm that indeed there is a commitment. There's a commitment. I just made a clarification that when this commitment was made in 2017, that is about 7 years now, the commitment was made without matching resource allocation. That's the position. We do acknowledge that this is an important project. In fact, Honorable Speaker, let me confirm to the House that it's the policy of the ministry that any space where there is a sports facility of this scale, of the scale of Kinoru Stadium, it should be serviced by a police post. It should have the capacity to house security within the ecosystem of the stadium. And so, yes, there is a commitment. And what I can assure the honorable member is that effort will be made to get the resources. There is also the challenge of the land. The county government had allocated some land for this purpose. And so there is also need for the honorable member to get into some consensus with the county government in terms of the actual location of this project. And as soon as resources become available, government is a going concern, even though this is a commitment by a previous administration. This administration inherits those commitments, and so there are commitments that should be carried forward. With regard to the Youth Empowerment Center, again, let me make it clear that this is a new administration, or this is a different administration with different priorities. This administration would certainly not support the initial or the earlier attempt to pull down this center. The approach we have taken for this kind of infrastructure is integration, composite development, where you can have a stadium, you can have facilities for the creatives, where young people can do music, they can do film, they can do ICT, they can do innovation, and therefore there is absolutely nothing wrong to have a stadium and to have recording studios and to have an innovation center, and we can have that whole ecosystem integrated. If I can hear the honorable member, he's saying the land on which this particular space stands should be excised and sort of delineated from the land of the stadium. And that is something that should be possible. The land actually belongs to the county government. And I believe if between ourselves as a ministry and the honorable member and the county government, that is a process which the ministry would certainly support. We wouldn't be averse to that, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We'll leave it there, Daoud. We'll go to question 054 of 2024. Sorry. The first question, question 231 of 2023. The Honorable Duncan Mavenge, member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to ask the Cabinet Secretary, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42A 6B, to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports to explain the scope of the Ministry's policy stopping the construction of stadia across the country, and whether such policy meant suspension of completion of stadia whose construction had started. Number two, provide the status of the construction, including the expected date of completion of the Rulingo Stadium in Nyeri County, Nyeri Town constituency, the cost of the project, and the amount of money already spent thereof. Number three, state the reasons for the delay in the completion of the Rolengo Stadium, considering its upgrade was launched 6 years ago, and state the loss suffered by the local community as a result of the delay. And number 4, outline measures that the government shall take into account so that in future, stadia are completed as scheduled and the funds allocated thereof are utilized prudently. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Madanga. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's true that Ring Stadium in Nyeri is one of those projects that have taken inordinately long, unacceptably long to be completed. In fact, this stadium is among about 13 facilities scattered across the country, from Ruringu to Kamarin in Elgeyo Marakwet County, to Wote in Makueni, and many other places, projects which have gobbled approximately 10 billion Kenya shillings in actual expenditure, but which have not been completed to put to public use. Honorable Speaker, the situation of Ruringu and the other stadia that I mentioned in different parts of the country own institutional limitations, both as a ministry and our agencies like Sports Kenya, Kenya Academy of Sports. And I want to admit here that we do have limitations. The reason why we have made effort to be supported, to recruit extra staff to enhance our capacity. And one of the things I'll keep on reminding the House is support for the ministry and our institutions to be able to build our capacities in terms of hiring more technical officers. Now, with regard to this particular issue, to address this challenge, Honorable Speaker, we made a policy decision to freeze construction of these projects, to do a thorough assessment, and also to plan. And I'm very proud to report to this House that for the first time in the 60-year history of this country, we were able to develop a master plan on infrastructure for sports and the creatives. And I have actually provided a copy. Honorable Speaker, I have provided as my Annex A to this response. I have annexed a copy of this master plan. This master plan now answers questions as to what do we need to do, where do we need to do it, how do we need to do it, when do we need to do it, and at what cost. It lays a very clear plan. It also provides some metrics to determine why you choose one site over the other. For instance, let me give an example, Honorable Speaker. The other day, when deciding where to build the Talanta Stadium, which is going to be the center for hosting AFCON in 2027, we considered so many different venues. We considered Mombasa, we considered Nakuru, and other places. And because of the criteria we have set in this master plan, we were able to pick a site that ticks the necessary boxes on cost, on accessibility, and viability of the project. And therefore, Ruringu Stadium and many of these other stadia were victims of poor planning and poor execution of implementation of these projects. And I can confirm to the honorable member that the policy to stop construction of new stadia was merely to allow the ministry to conduct a thorough assessment to determine the state of infrastructure across the country, which we have since concluded, and now we have this master plan. That also allowed us time to call in the Auditor General. And I'm pleased again to notify this House that I personally delivered a request to the Auditor General to come in to look at some of these troubled spaces to help us determine what the problem was. And again, the Auditor General has completed that process and has delivered a report to this House, which is being considered by this House, and we are also looking at it from our end. But work is now going on in various spaces which we had stopped, because we have finished that assessment, we have finished the audit, we have determined how we should move forward. So work is already going on in some of these places. Now, with regard to the second limb of the question, to provide the status of Ruringu Stadium, between 2017, when this project was initiated, this project was initiated at a contract sum of 365,735.30 cents. That is the contract sum that was awarded in 2017, some seven years ago. It was supposed to have a 4,000-seater pavilion, main pavilion, a FIFA standard football field, a borehole and associated water storage facilities, electrical and mechanical works, 8-lane track done to actually international standard, because we envisage that this should be a stadium that can host some of the events that Kenya hosts. It was supposed to have a VIP lift. That scope was priced at that 365 million shillings. To date, the records indicate that 307 million has already been paid to this contractor, leaving a sum of 58,190,000 to completion. 58,190,740.13 cents to completion. The status is that this project is still in that first phase, because it was planned that this project would be phased. The first phase would be done with those elements that I have indicated, and then the project would be further developed upon conclusion of that. But we are still at that first phase. It commenced on January 5th, 2017, and the initial target was to complete it by June 30th. This is an initial target which, even in our master plan, we had envisaged that we should be able to complete this project by June 2024. That is the current status. Now, the reasons for the delay in completion of the Ruringu Stadium, considering the period of time that it has taken, and Honorable Speaker, I have admitted to this House the reason why we came to office and stopped any further work in this space and took time to develop a master plan, the first master plan in the history of this country. It will go down in the history of this country that the Kenya Kwanza administration developed the first ever master plan for sports and creatives infrastructure for this country. We were doing that to correct the challenges that have brought us where we are. Challenges of Ruringu, challenges of Wote, challenges of Kamarin, challenges of many other projects which were started and just never saw the light of day in terms of completion. And as I have admitted, there are challenges of resources, not matching commitment with the resources. So you have a project going on, and then you run into the headwinds of having resources to complete the project. Challenges with the tendering, where you can see that a contractor is being entrusted with a project they have no capacity to undertake. Obviously, you engage a contractor and you can see this one cannot do this project. And so, because of all those factors, Ruringu has suffered the fate of delays. We have taken time, Honorable Speaker, to consider what to do with this project. We have looked at the option of terminating this contract. And Honorable Speaker, I have visited this stadium myself. We have considered the option, do we terminate? We have made a costing of termination, and it has been determined that terminating this contract and retendering it at the current market value of services and goods would cost the taxpayer an extra 235 million shillings. based on the current market rates. We are also considering, should we terminate and hand this project to the National Youth Service so that we do an intra-government arrangement to hand it to the NYS to complete this project. Those are the options we are looking at, Honorable Speaker, but there is a firm commitment to conclude this historic stadium because it certainly has taken way too long to complete. Let me conclude. The final limb of that question is to outline measures the government shall take into account so that in future, stadia are completed as scheduled and funds allocated are utilized prudently. That is what I have already said like 5 times already, that now we have a master plan and we have instituted an arrangement where a project cannot take off without matching that project with availability of funds. And we have entered a new era also. It's a new administration, a new style of doing things, a new policy frame, you can say a new sheriff in town with a new style of administration. We have also made sure that before we entrust any contractor with a project of this kind, we do proper assessment so that we determine the capacity of a contractor to deliver. Because Ruringo has suffered because of the capacity of the contractor. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Ruku? No, hold Ruku. Madenge, you have a supplementary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, I want to confirm that the minister did visit Ruringu on the 29th of August 2023. However, Honorable Speaker, the status of Ruringu today is such that everything except the small part of the pavilion and the borehole, everything about Ruringu will have to be redone. The artificial turf is already peeling off. It cannot be used for athletics. The glass in the football pitch is completely overgrown with the Kikuyu grass. And the fact of the matter is that that contractor that they claim, that the ministry claims has no capacity, is still their favored contractor. The contractor is still in possession of the site. So this 235 million will still have to be spent if Ruringu is to be put to the expected standard. The ministry has a peculiar costly relationship with this contractor. In fact, for all the reasons that they blame the contractor, they see the ministry for the last 1.5 years has enjoyed the same relationship that the contractor had with the previous dispensation. Sports Kenya, which was in charge of overseeing the project, is still intact. There have been no changes. How can we keep doing the same way, the things the same way, and expect a different result? Honorable Speaker, on terms of prudence, the ministry went ahead and has retained.
Ask questions, Madenge.
The private consultant who is retained for Ruringu, when is he going to be removed? Because the Ministry of Public Works has the capacity to supervise this stadium. And Honorable Speaker, I want the minister to look at the people of the Central Kenya region in the face today on TV and tell them, because Ruringu is the regional stadium, Nyeri is the regional headquarters. When is this stadium going to be completed? Alternatively, let us be told that this so-called master plan has actually decided to disenfranchise the people of the Mount Kenya, the sporting fraternity in the Mount Kenya region. Why has the stadium for the region not been given preference as the other regions have had their stadiums completed?
Minister, Madenge is unhappy with you maintaining the private consultant and the failed contractor. That is the question is raising.
Honorable Speaker, I can confirm to this House that there are no favored contractors. I have no personal knowledge of this contractor. I can confirm nothing personal. In fact, when this contractor was being hired in December 2016, January 2017, Honorable Speaker, I was an honorable member of this House. I was sitting in this House at that time. I was not on the scene when this contractor was being engaged. The current Director General of Sports Kenya, the mother agency responsible, was not even hired as the Director General then. The contractor was picked by a different minister, a different Director General. There is absolutely no relationship between this particular contractor and any of us in the leadership of this ministry. And so I want to confirm to this House that there is absolutely, to borrow the flowery language of the Honorable Member for Nyeri, there is no peculiar cozy relationship between us and this particular contractor, or any relationship at all, other than the relationship of someone who owes the people of Kenya the obligation to complete this project and complete it well. Honorable Speaker, let me also look the people of Mount Kenya region and the people of Kenya straight in the eye and tell them Ruringu Stadium shall be completed. Ruringu Stadium is an important facility. And the people of Nyeri, the people of Mount Kenya region, like the people of Kenya, other parts of this country, they deserve to have this project completed. And it certainly has been a disservice. Indeed, I can dare add that we owe the people of Nyeri, the people of Mount Kenya region, the people of Kenya, who all have a right to use this facility, we owe them an apology. That this project, alongside other projects which I have mentioned, like water, like Kamarin, we owe an apology of how we did not carry out that work effectively. And I say we, because government inherits everything. Government inherits the good, government inherits the bad. So this is the bad that we inherited as an administration, but we have a responsibility to correct it. And I can confirm to the honorable member and to the people of Nyeri that we will fix this bad that we inherited. I want to make a commitment that some of the issues the honorable member has raised here have a lot of truth in them. There is an issue of incapacity in some of our institutions, and I have admitted that. I have admitted that our institution, like Sports Kenya, for instance, could do with resident architects, resident engineers, resident technical people. And that is why I will still insist that resources should be availed for institutions like Sports Kenya to build their capacity by bringing in the requisite technical competencies. It will really help to forestall challenges such as this. I also agree that it is not necessary to have consultants. It's not necessary to have consultants, and I can give my confirmation to this House, Honorable Speaker, that this is a matter we will revisit so that we have a framework that can better serve the interests of the people. But bottom line, we must complete Ruringu. And let me give a commitment to the honorable member and this House that I'm going to be hands-on personally on this one. And if you look at some of the projects that we have taken on since we came to office, a project like Moi Stadium, Embu, we did it in 5 weeks. A stadium like Kericho Green Stadium, we did it in about 3 months. A stadium like Kasarani Stadium, we are refurbishing it in 12 months. A stadium like the Talanta Stadium that will host the Africa Cup of Nations in 2027, we are doing it in a record 24 months. So you can see the difference of the Kenya Kwanza performance, side by side with the mess that we inherited as an administration. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Roku. Honorable Roku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask a supplementary question. After listening to the Minister or Cabinet Secretary, there's some questions which have come in my mind regarding the World Rally Championship, which was in Naivasha. Can the Minister confirm all the claims, all the dues have been paid as far as one rally championship is concerned, because it may risk Kenya not able to participate in such an event or even host such an event, which was very good in marketing our country as one of the premium touristic destinations in the world. Can the minister confirm all the dues have been paid? And if not, when is going to happen? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We'll take Mheshimiwa Mandazi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Chepalungu.
Quite well, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the CS that there was a directive by the head of state that the stadium that was done by county government of Bomet between the year 2012 and 2017 that was abandoned, that the ministry takes up and completes it. I am aware that the CS actually made a visit to the site, and I would like to ask him on the findings and whether the same project can continue to completion and can be realized anytime soon. And if not, Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear from the CS.
You're a joyrider, one question. One question.
Okay, okay, Speaker.
Yes. Jane Kiara, joyriders, one question. Give Honorable Kihara the mic.
Mr. Speaker, mine is not a question, it's just to appreciate. That is where I ran. That Rurengo is the stadium. I remember it.
You are out of order. And this is question time. Ferdinand Wanyonyi, I come to you. You can go and appreciate the minister in his office.
You're making me laugh. Can the minister tell me, because we know that we are going to have the African Cup of Nations in 2027, and yet we're also having general election in this country. So do you think there's going to be a conflict in terms of arrangements? I'm a bit uneasy on the whole thing. Please, can you tell us what you're going to do, given that two events which are very, very important for this country?
What did you say, Ferdinand? I didn't even hear you.
Said, we're having the African Cup of Nations. We are hosting African Cup of Nations 2027.
Correct.
And yet, we're also having the general election 2027. And do you think there's going to be a conflict? And, you know, just how prepared can we could, yeah.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate
those series of small questions and answer them in
the response by the Minister on Ruringo. And I want to ask the Minister, I am certain he has seen the recent report by the Auditor General, Nancy Kadhungo, on the inflated costs of all these stadia, including Wanguru Stadium, Kirigiti in Kiambu, and definitely this Ruringo, upon completion, is a likely candidate of that inflated or escalation of costs. I would particularly want to hear what is it that the Ministry and Sports Study are doing to ensure that there will be no inflation of costs. Because as a Minister of ours, it's actually true. I was with him here in the 11th Parliament when that particular contract was awarded. And I, in fact, participated in the groundbreaking ceremony by our former President Uhuru Kenyatta in Ruringo in the run-up to the 2017 elections. But it's almost 10 years after the award of that contract. What guarantees is the minister giving that under his watch that there will be no inflation then of costs way beyond what was envisaged then and beyond what would be the normal escalation of costs of steel and cement probably, because I don't think the cost of grass, the Kikuyu grass, the member for Nyeri Town is speaking about, has changed. But of course, there is the normal escalation of cost on steel and cement. But will that also see us justifying, or the ministry justifying, a very huge escalation in cost? And therefore, I want to really hear what is it that the ministry is doing to ensure that one, Rurengo Stadium and all the other stadia are completed within reasonable timeline and within reasonable costs. Because, Honorable Speaker, you know, when projects like this take 10, 15 years, then at the end of it all, we will hear the stadia was to cost maybe 600 million, is now costing 2 billion shillings. And it is that I would want to hear what the minister and the ministry are doing to ensure that we check that we do not end up with such a report. Because the Auditor General has reported on the ones that are completed or partially completed, like Kirigiti, Wanguru, and the others. Are we going to hear when the Auditor General reviews this particular one in Rurengo that it was also escalated costs twice or triple what was envisaged? Thank you.
Didaraso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the CS one very specific question on Marsabit. Marsabit was built by both the county government and the Sports Kenya. One side of the stadium is complete, the other side is still lagging behind. So who really takes responsibility if such projects are unfinished? And also, you have closed the spaces for the youngsters and for the community of Marsabit town. So how long such projects are likely to take? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the CS whether he's aware that Busia County has no stadium at all, and what arrangements has he in place?
Has no good stadium or has no stadium?
Has no stadium, not even a bad one. And what arrangement has he to ensure that we in Busia, we also get a stadium? Thank you.
Member for Kericho.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to first maybe remind the CS.
Minister, all these are deviations from the original question, but there are small questions which you can answer. Go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to be what you normally call us the joyriders.
Yes.
Maybe first is to remind the minister that when he came to Kericho, he renamed the stadium as Kiprukut Chuma Stadium, so it is no longer Kericho. And you've actually mentioned that the stadium was done in 3 months. It is true, but there are some issues that have not been sorted. The gates have not been conclusively done. Beautification outside has not been done. Lanes are not well done. So what plans do you have to make sure that the stadium is done to the international standard? Thank you.
Adagala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for putting me in line with the joyriders too. But my question should be taken with the seriousness it takes, because I want to ask the CS Sports, what measures is he going to take, or is taking, or what has he done? In Vihiga County, we have something similar to grounds, that is Hamisi Sports Ground, Kidundu, and Mumboha. And Vihiga being a home of champions of rugby, and basketball players and football. What arrangements is he making to ensure those stadiums can function and work so that Vihiga can feel we are part of this Kenya Kwanza government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the CS. As a member of Sports Committee, we budgeted for sports academies, and I don't know where we are with that because nothing has started yet. Thank you.
Can we, okay, last member for Mhaya. Then Minister, you can answer those short questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask this, the CS that it is believed he is putting round pegs in squared holes. That in 2027, when we shall be hosting the CAF, he is not preparing Buhungu Stadium, which is the home of football and footballers, but is preparing a different stadium which is known for athletics. I want him to tell this House and Kenyans what he's doing to make sure that the home of football is prepared for football in 2027. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will take one by one pretty fast, starting from the first on the WLC Safari Rally. And Honorable Speaker, it is true that the WLC Safari Rally had quite a pile-up of debts. In fact, I'm very proud to report to this House that this is one of the spaces we have been able to streamline. When this rally was hosted in 2022, for instance, before we came to office, it cost the taxpayer about 2.8 billion shillings. Last year, we were able to halve that and do it at half that budget. This year, even with the economic realities, we have been able to lower it even further. And so we have done very well to get a grip of a space which we believe was not managed very well. And I want to assure this House that there is no chance of Kenya losing the WRC Safari Rally. We are in a very good space with the promoter. We are in a very good space with the FIA, the International Motorsport Federation. And we are also in a very good space in streamlining that whole operation of the rally. The debts which we inherited, we have referred them to a special verification, and that verification process is going on. As soon as that verification is completed so that we know which ones are genuine, which ones should be paid, then they certainly will be settled. And we will plead for some more indulgence for that verification to be concluded. Bomet Stadium in Bomet County Stadium, yes, I have visited this stadium. Again, it is one of those stadia that were not very well conceived. When you look at, Honorable Speaker, if I refer the Honorable Member to page 16 of the master plan, which I have referred to quite a lot, you will see that Bomet Stadium is listed under what we are calling completion of ongoing regional stadia. And so even though this was a project of the county government, we have taken it up, and it is part of the plans we have to complete it. But there are serious integrity issues there. We have done some initial tests, and we believe that some of the structures that were done by the county government may actually need to be pulled down as part of the completion of this project. The other question from the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi on AFCON and the general elections, we believe that there shouldn't really be overly much concern. Actually, we see the general elections and the football fever complementing pretty good. And Kenyans, I believe, will immensely enjoy the Africa Cup of Nations even as we gear to the general elections. We don't anticipate any problem at all, unless the Honourable Member knows something that we don't, and we'll be happy to listen to.
Under the fear of the unknown. Just go.
Honourable Speaker, we all occasionally suffer from the fear of the unknown. Honorable Adagala has also mentioned Hamisi, Kidundu, Mumboha, and I can also assure the Honorable Member for Vihiga that Kidundu Stadium is also in the master plan. If you look at page 16, you will see under support for new regional stadia, Kidundu is listed as a project. So that is already considered. But we have also been in talks with the leadership of Vihiga, including the governor, just to determine what would be the best place in Vihiga County for a regional stadia in that county. But in the meantime, Kidundu is listed in the master plan. On the question regarding Kiprugut Stadium, Kiprugut Chumo Stadium, it is true that we have formally, in an official ceremony, renamed that stadium in honor of Kenya's first ever Olympics medal winner, the late Kiprugut Arap Chumo. That is the new name. And we are aware that there are a few elements that need to be completed, something that Sports Kenya is seized of for completion. Honorable Yula mentioned the Busia County Stadium, and I'm pleased to inform the Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker, that this particular county actually has no stadium, as the Honorable Member has indicated. The remnants of the stadium that was there was a victim of the public protests, which went away with the remnants of Busia Stadium. And so Busia no longer has a stadium, but we have advertised this project, and expression of interest is ongoing for construction of a new stadium in Busia County. That process is nearing the tail end, the expression of interest. The sports academies, there's a question, a latter question here, Honorable Speaker, on which we had provided some information on academies. I can skip it for now, and I'll answer it at that point, because we have provided details on the question of academies. The Honorable Dida Rasu has mentioned Marsabit, and again, Marsabit is in our master plan. And you have correctly noted, Honorable Rasu Yakwamba, that one bit of the project is completed. That is the bit that was done by the ministry through Sports Kenya. That bit is completed. And I did visit, and I confirmed that. I physically visited Marsabit to confirm that. The bit the county government did is incomplete. And we had some serious concerns about the integrity of that structure. I'm pleased to report to this House that we have done integrity tests, and those tests are now we have a report. We did commission just to determine whether that structure could withstand completion. The test results are being analyzed now. As soon as that is completed, we'll proceed to complete as indicated in the master plan. There was a question from the Honorable Member for Mhaya on Buhungu Stadium, and I couldn't agree more with the Honorable Member for Mhaya that this region, the Murembe land, is a hotbed of talents. Buhungu itself is like a shrine of football, and certainly deserves to be given attention. And I'm pleased again to report to this Honorable House, Honorable Speaker, that I was personally at Buhungu a month ago to do groundbreaking for the completion of Buhungu Stadium. We have entered into partnership with the county government to help the county government as national government to complete the bit that is remaining. So work is going on Buhungu, and we have every determination to complete Buhungu. While that is going on, we have also done groundbreaking for Masinde Muliro Stadium, Kandui in Bungoma County, which is also on track. In fact, that will be the host of Madaraka Day this year, and we are racing against time to complete it in time to be able not only to host Madaraka Day, but also to be available to support the sporting ecosystem in Bungoma County and the rest of that region. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the question from the Majority Leader. The Honorable Majority Leader asked a fundamental question, the question of cost, the question of escalation of project cost. And I'm happy to report to this Honorable House that the audit report that the Honorable Majority Leader refers to is actually the result of our own request. It was myself who wrote to the Auditor General to invite the Office of the Auditor General to look at these projects in the process of developing our master plan to help us to avoid pitfalls that have afflicted this sector for so many years. And we are so keen, because this is our audit, as it were, if I could call it that. It is our audit, we asked for it. And so the results are very important for us. And we are very keen to deal with this hydra-headed monster of overpricing projects, because it is real. You look at a lot of these projects, and they are really, you don't see value for money. And so we are being very keen to deal with that issue. And one of those things, one of the measures we have taken, Honorable Speaker, is to do prototypes, so that if we want to develop regional stadia, for instance, we do a prototype. We cost that prototype. And so for every actual project, we measure it against our prototype. The academies, for instance, someone had given a cost of about 400 million shillings per academy. We did our own prototype that indicates you can do these academies for not more than 50 million shillings. Many times less than what was projected. And so I can assure this House, the Majority Leader, that we are on top of this to keep budgets in check and deliver value for money to the taxpayer. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Martin Owino, question 053 of 2024.
Speaker, the opportunity is appreciated. I rise to ask question 53 to the CS Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. 1. Could the CS outline the measures taken by the ministry in promoting sports development and nurturing talents in communities, particularly in rural areas where there is abundance of talent? 2. Could the CS consider establishing a sports center or academies in their constituency with the aim of empowering and fostering economic growth among the youth? 3, could the CS clarify whether there are plans to monetize sports nationwide using other means apart from the recently launched Talanta Hela, which is predominantly in the urban areas? Lastly, very important, could the CS explain how the ministry intends to roll out the Talanta Hela initiative, and can the CS provide assurance that the initiative will not lead to unsustainable economic burdens on the beneficiaries once concluded? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me bring to the attention of the Honorable Member for Ndiwa and the House generally that I've made some annexures to my responses. And so some of the issues that have been raised here are also, the information is provided in the annexures. Let me particularly refer to Annexure B that talks to the work we are doing in the space of innovation. And because that is part of our Talanta Hela initiative and part of promoting youth creativity and entrepreneurship, I also have Annex C, which provides youth training camps nationally. We are rolling out 45 athletics training centers in different parts of the country. That is provided as Annex C. That is in addition to Annex A, which is the master plan. Now, back to this question. We are very proud of the measures we have taken as a ministry and as a government to raise the profile of identifying, nurturing, and monetizing talents in this country. We came to office at a time when this space really had no form. The whole sporting arena was very troubled, so trouble all over the place. There was no notable structure, no notable initiative on how to deal with the question of developing the talents of young people in this country and turning them into livelihoods, or pesa mfukoni as we call it. Things like football were in shambles. Football was actually suspended at the time we came to office. Doping had run amok, and Kenya was just on the verge of being banned by World Athletics. Sports infrastructure, as we have demonstrated here, was in shambles all over the place. It was even unthinkable that Kenya could host AFCON. It's actually amazing that today we are talking about hosting AFCON. At the time the Kenya Kwanza administration came to office, Kenya did not even have a stadium to host an international game, not even a friendly game. Today we are now talking about hosting international events. And so we are very happy that we've been able to put in place the Talanta Hela initiative that has been able to provide a framework of how to identify talents countrywide, nurture those talents, monetize those talents. The football program, for instance, which ran last year, it was a nationwide program that resulted in finals, which His Excellency the President graced at Nyayo Stadium, with the winning teams receiving significant prize money for that process. The girls had Busia as winners, Kisumu position 3, Homa Bay position 3, Kisumu position 2, with winners receiving 5 million shillings, 3 million shillings for runners-up, 2 million shillings for number 3, Uasin Gishu, number 4, receiving 1 million shillings, and that was the same thing for boys. We also rewarded regional winners. Everybody who participated in this and emerged a winner in their respective regions was also duly rewarded. And I'm very happy that today we've been able, under the Kenya Academy of Sports, to develop a national talent pool. Today you want an under 15 team, we have it. Under 17, under 18, under 19, under 20, those teams are available anytime. We saw the performance of our under 18 team in Sekafa. A lot of those young people were from this talent pool. Tomorrow, actually today, this evening, our national under 20 team will be departing for Malawi to participate in the Four Nations tournament. A lot of those youngsters are from this pool. On Friday, our under 19 team, both boys and girls, will go in for special training camp in Spain. Again, those are products of this pool. This year, Kenya, for the first time, is entering all World Cup qualifiers for youth teams. And that is because of this pool we've been able to create under this talent progression. So I believe we are in a good space. We have created spaces, as I've said. We are rolling out 45 athletic centers countrywide. We are rolling out academies, which I will come to. And all this is intended to provide an ecosystem for identifying, nurturing, and monetizing these talents in a very, very deliberate manner. We are also funneling them outside the country. Today, you go to the Nastic Soccer Academy in Spain. You meet boys like Aldrin Kibet, Amos Wanjala, Alvin Kasavuli, products of this ecosystem who have ended up in an elite football ecosystem in Spain. Louis Ingavi at Montverde Academy in Orlando, Florida, is a product of this pipeline. So we are happy that we have a pipeline that is actually producing. The second question, which is about establishing a sports center or academy in Ndiwa. Again, I'm pleased to report here that we have developed a framework on developing academies. The ultimate aim of this framework is to provide academies countrywide so that every constituency ultimately should have an academy. We have provided on page 12 of my responses a list of the initial constituencies. We did a survey countrywide, and on page 12 to 13, you'll find a list of constituencies that are going to be the ignition, the first wave, and we'll be doing these in waves purely because of resources. And so the question that was asked earlier about academies, that yes, we have already done the framework and we are preparing to start rolling them out. We took a bit of time to do the prototype, and when we did the prototype, we were able to reduce the cost of these academies from the initial projected cost of about 400 million shillings to 50 million per academy by just making sure that we live within budgetary limits and we do projects that deliver value for money. So that is a project that is going to roll out. And so Ndiwa will ultimately be covered in that framework of the constituency academies. On the question of
Move a little faster, Minister.
yes, clarifying whether there are plans to monetize sports talents. Yes, we are, besides the Talanta Hela initiative, we are getting into some very solid partnerships to widen opportunities available. We have signed a deal with the NBA, for instance. I was in New York with His Excellency the President last year to sign a deal with NBA to develop basketball right from the school's ecosystem. And that is an opportunity for our young people. We have signed a deal with Invention Studios of Hollywood to promote the film industry. We have signed a deal with the Grammys to promote music. And so we have expanded that space. We have brought in the corporate sector. We have put in place, again for the first time ever, an incentives framework to encourage corporates to put money in this space. And we now have a system with the Treasury for tax rebates. For every shilling you put in, you get a certain tax break under that framework to expand that space. And so I believe that that is a matter that is very much on track. How the ministry intends to roll out the Talanta Hela initiative. This initiative is already up and running. We launched it last year. It was already rolling. This year it is going to be much broader. And the plan now is to involve other sporting disciplines and bring in creatives like music, film, theater, and other segments of the initiative. The initial one was very successful, brought together thousands of young people into talent camps, and it is what has resulted in the talent pool that I'm so proud of to mention here. And so yes, it's a program that is running, and I assure the House that it can only get better. Other partnerships that we have entered into, the most recent one is with the Amazon Web Services to fully exploit the digital space, which is also going to include upgrading the Talanta Hela Digital Hub into Talanta TV for purposes of promoting content. Content from the sporting arena and also from creatives is going to find a very vibrant space that is also IP, intellectual property protected, within that ecosystem of the Talanta Hela Digital Hub, which is up and running. And I would welcome members, honorable members, to take time and visit the Talanta Digital Hub at the Kenya Academy of Sports at Kasarani. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Martin, you are not satisfied?
Speaker, just a quick supplementary. You talked of master plan. I was hoping that in that master plan you can pinpoint when there will be a beneficiary, and you said within the framework. That is a little bit discouraging. But Mr. Speaker, we don't also have the privilege of having those annexures he's talking about. So we don't know which ones are in the 45 and which ones are not. And lastly, last time you were here, CS, you mentioned that the Talanta Hela is on procurement. At what stage are you today?
Songuli, Joyriders, one question.
Mr. Speaker, could the minister has painted a very rosy picture about his efforts in promoting community talent. Could I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to ask the minister whether Narok or in particular Kilgoris, is he aware that Kilgoris has been given a blackout, yet we have been producing the highest number of talents, I think, in the region. We have the two Rudishas, we have Marai, we have many others. And Mr. Speaker, because my questions are brief, let me just ask another one. Now that if you are nurturing talent, Mr. Minister, would it be also in order, because of the whole government approach, for the government to consider athletics, for instance, as one of the qualifications, one of the possible qualifications to be recruited in the army, notwithstanding the fact that the athlete may not have gone to Form 4, because many of our athletes are talented in running, but when they go for interviews for police jobs or for the army, they do not actually get them because they do not have Form 4 certificates. Can you use the whole government approach to persuade your colleagues that this is a talent enough, competent of taking one to the armed forces?
Kirwa. One question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask this question about Athletic Kenya. There have been a huge complaints from athletes towards the organization, and a few weeks ago, the court ordered fresh elections at Athletic Kenya. I would like to hear from the minister, the CS, what is the minister doing about it? How did it happen that having the same officials for 8 consecutive years in office, and what have they done about it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bensouda. Give her the mic. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to...
Bensouda, the reason the clerks have difficulty finding you members is many of you come in without your cards. It makes it difficult for members to pinpoint where you are. Please try and be carrying your cards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is well noted, but this side has always been a problem, though it is my sitting in this house. So I think the ICT should come with speed because this is my permanent sitting place. Thank you, the CS, for your mastery of what you're responding to, but my question, one, which I'll also add another one in conjunction very fast.
Only one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regard to health within the sports sector, on mentoring our youths, personally, I've observed a gap. I'm talking based on the recent sports which I conducted as the MP, county MP for Homa Bay. I would like you to tell this House what plans you have in place to ensure that the health status of the players, whether under 17, under 18, 19, or 20, are taken care of in terms of facilitating, availing, and equipping mobile health clinics or first aid kits. Because I noticed that once our players are injured in the fields, the sub-county hospitals do not have adequate capacity to rush in and bring the first aid kits or the mobile clinics to take our players to the field. I think that is a gap that you need to plan for. And I know even by the time I finish this question, because you are very sharp, you already visualize the plan you have in place so that we don't have players running around people, mobilizing for funds. Some of them don't even have NHIF insurance
You are
cards.
making a speech. Ask a question.
The question, Mr. Speaker, sir, what plans do you have in place to take care of the health issues in regard to mobile clinics and first aid kits? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Yegon, Brian. Richard Yegon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Also, being a member of Sports Committee, I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary about Bomet Stadium. During the time you visited Bomet, I understand the stadium...
That one was already asked.
No, it's a different thing. It's a different thing, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
That stadium was condemned, and I understand there was a directive that these others, there will be another new stadium to be built instead of demolishing the one which is there and constructing a new one. We are going to construct a new one. Could you kindly give us the direction on that, Cabinet Secretary? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary what the opinion or what is going to be done by the fact that there is a very big conflict of interest in Athletics Kenya. The Vice President of Athletics Kenya is also the senior partner in O Advocates, which is the lawyer for Athletics Kenya, and also the chairman of the Sports Tribunal is a partner in the same O Advocates, along with Gennaro Kibet, who is the vice president. We also have a situation where Barnaba Korir, who is a member of the AK board, is also the owner of the Continental Championships, which he controls and runs as a personal business. And this, again, you know, Cabinet Secretary, that when this gets out, chances of Kenya being banned from world athletics is extremely high. The conflict is known to the Cabinet Secretary. Could you please tell us what you'll do about it to save Kenya from being banned? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wish the Cabinet Secretary could highlight, recognizing that talent emanates or starts in primary schools and secondary schools. What efforts is the ministry doing to improve sporting facilities in both primary and secondary schools in the entire Republic of Kenya, especially in the western part of Kenya, which is the citadel of football, and we are also emerging as the force in athletics. Thank you, Speaker.
Aika.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to ask the minister whether he is aware that in Taita Taveta there's no stadium of international standard, and one Danson Mwanyumba Stadium is in a dilapidated state, and also the Voi Moi Stadium is in a mess. What plans does the ministry have for sports stadium in Taita Taveta? Thank you.
Paulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And my question is to the Cabinet Secretary. I come from Nandi, the source of champions, and there we do not have a modern stadium. We feel you're not visible in Nandi County. So I don't know what plans you are having for Nandi, factoring in that that is the place where many people have actually put the flag of Kenya high. I'm the member of parliament from where Kipchoge comes from, and there's really nothing much to be proud of. If people from the international if those people who have given us medals come and check and see where Kina Kipchoge come from, it's going to be an embarrassment. So I would like to know what plans you have for Nandi County and in special reference to sports academies. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask Minister my question. My question is on behalf of Kiambu County in Gatondo South. We have a stadium which started 7 years ago, and the people of Gatondo South, which is Karato Stadium, the people have not been paid for more than 7 years. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Timothy? Is that Timothy Kipchumba? Or you are not called Timothy?
That is my first name.
Yes.
Now, CS, could you respond to the issue that Elgeyo Marakwet County, despite being referred to as the county of champions, and having produced world beaters like Kevin Kiptum, may he so rest in peace, that we do not have a government-funded high-altitude training center, and that all the centers, training centers, are owned by private individuals. What plans does the government have in establishing high altitude training centers in Elgeyo Marakwet County so as to tap the talent that is in that county?
Member for Kwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to ask the CS, what plans do you have as a ministry to revive sports tourism in Kenya and mostly Diani, where we have golf, skydive, and other sports, which can be very instrumental for the country and also for the county economy, if the right investment can be made. Does the ministry have any plans for it in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism in partnership with the coastal counties? Thank you, Mr.
Minister. Yes, Kombe. I can see you keep on raising your hand. You'll be the last on this.
Thank you, Mr.
Your
Speaker.
neighbor has asked a question. You can wait for the answer.
Thank you.
From the same neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that NGCDF does not host sports anymore, what plans does the ministry have to make sure we conduct tournaments in our respective constituencies so as to tap the talents of the young people? Thank you.
Minister, if you can answer those in under 10 minutes, I'll be very happy.
I'll try, Honorable Speaker. Very, very quickly, I'll just go one by one. There was a question on the Talanta Hela and procurement. Actually, when I first appeared in this house, I did indicate that what had delayed the takeoff of that program was procurement of certain services, like the provision of the software and also the construction of the physical infrastructure. But that has been done, and the program is up and running. I actually welcome honorable members to the Kenya Academy of Sports to look at the hub. It is a beautiful place. The second question was about Kilgoris, and I can actually confirm to the honorable member that Munge Primary School in Kilgoris is already on our list for the special centers that we are establishing. The honorable member can confirm that. So Kilgoris is definitely within our scope. And on the question of using athletics or talent as a basis for recruitment, it is a policy that our armed forces, our disciplined forces already apply. A lot of our, in fact, most of our athletes, most of our elite athletes operate within the ecosystem of our disciplined forces. And this is something which we encourage, but I also want to confirm here that it is our policy to encourage academics to go hand in hand with the development of talent, especially completing the basic level of education. It serves our athletes well. It serves our sportsmen and women well. The third question is on Athletics Kenya elections. And this is a matter that has attracted, in fact, one of the reasons why the management or elections in Athletics Kenya has been problematic, as is the case with several other federations, has been a lot of court action. This matter is active in court. There was a court order, and the other side again ran to court and got an injunction. It's a bit of a messed space. We are reviewing the Sports Act, and we will be bringing the reviewed Sports Act to this honorable house. And one of the things we are grappling with is how to deal with the litigation and how litigation undermines or interferes with the administration of some of these federations. And some of the leaders, some of the incumbents actually sponsor litigation so that they can stay in office ad infinitum.
Disqualify them if you have evidence.
Okay, Honorable Speaker. Yes. If I have the authority of the Speaker, then I'm going to leave this house very emboldened today. On the question of health for players, this is critical, absolutely critical. We have seen very, very sad cases of even losing athletes in the course of training. We are preparing to lay to rest one of our athletes who we lost in Cameroon while on the track, while racing, doing the mountain run. And so provision of health services is critical, first aid services, mobile clinics. If this house facilitates the ministry, the Kenya Academy of Sports, Sports Kenya, to provide these services in our academies, in our stadia, we'd be more than happy to provide that. There is a cabinet memo we are preparing for consideration by cabinet, and one of the issues we are addressing very substantively is the issue of health and healthcare for our athletes.
In fact, Minister, there's an athlete who collapsed and died after a marathon, right?
Yeah, I've just mentioned that in Cameroon, just to amplify the fact that it is a real threat. It is something that we cannot treat lightly. There's the question from Honorable Yagon on Bomet Stadium, or the stadium in Bomet. And when we visited Bomet Stadium, it initially was the choice of the leadership of Bomet. But then it came to, we were notified that there were discussions on the possibility to pick a different venue. And we have asked the leadership of Bomet County to resolve that conversation. We are ready to proceed with this project once the leadership of the county indicates to us the preferred site. So Honorable Yagon and the leadership of Bomet, you show us the site, we will proceed with the project. The Honorable Deputy Speaker has raised the big issue of conflict of interest in Athletics Kenya. And it certainly is a big issue. But when you look at the law again, when you look at the operations of a lot of these federations, they act with impunity because of the so-called cover of parent international federations. And so you are always threatened with the excuse of third-party interference. It has happened to this country previously, especially with football. But these are issues which certainly have to be dealt with. What I can assure this House is that we have given very firm notice to the Football Kenya Federation, to Athletics Kenya, and all the federations in this country that obeying the law is not a choice. Obeying the law is an imperative, and we have noted the issue that have been raised by the Deputy Speaker, and I want to give the assurance that we certainly will be picking them up for action. On the question of sporting facilities in schools from the Honourable Member for Funyula, it is critical. The natural domicile of talents in this country is schools. That is where 99% of our talent are domiciled. It is imperative that we target schools as the primary source of the talent development pipeline. When you look at our Talanta Hela initiative, the Talanta Hela pipeline is actually anchored in schools. And that is why the school ball games, drama and film festival, music festival, all the talent processes going on in schools, the funding for that space was taken over by this ministry. Now the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports finance all those activities. We provide support to those activities, and we give the pipeline for progressing those talents through the Kenya Academy of Sports, through the Kenya Film Commission, through the National Theatre, the Kenya Film School. We have been able to join those dots, something that did not exist before. And on the question of improving facilities in schools, we have already started. The 45 centers I have mentioned here are all school-based. They are all based in schools. And they will provide the ignition, the beginning point of improving facilities in our schools to support this ecosystem of talents in our schools. Taita Taveta, we are in conversation with the Honorable Governor. We were on the phone 2 days ago, actually, discussing the situation of Taita Taveta. And he indicated to me on the phone, the Honorable Governor, that the land is actually available to do a facility in Taita Taveta, and it is something we will be progressing. We'll be progressing that conversation. the Honorable Koimburi, Karatu Stadium in Gatundu, in Kiambu County, was one of the troubled stadia, the stadia that I mentioned at the beginning, one of the stadia that we subjected to audit, one of the stadia we subjected to assessment, but the construction is now back on. The construction of Karatu is back on, and we have made it clear to the contractor that Karatu has taken too long, and the construction has to be accelerated. We want Karatu to be completed, and there is also some adjustments we are planning to do to Kirigiti. We are also doing some adjustment to Kirigiti. We want to open Kirigiti to the public pretty soon, so that Kirigiti and Karatu should be able, in the meantime, to serve the people and the sportsmen and women of Kiambu County. Nandi County, I'm glad to report that we have already advertised the construction of Kipchoge Keino Stadium in Nandi. We advertised, and I believe the conclusion of the procurement should be at a very advanced stage to construct the Kipchoge Keino Stadium. And as academies go, Koitalel Samoei Academy is one of the priority academies that is in the master plan for Nandi County, in appreciation of the immense contribution that Nandi County continues to make to the sporting ecosystem of our country. The other question is from Honorable Timothy Elgeyo Marakwet. Again, I'm very happy to report that we have advertised finally the construction of Kamarin Stadium. And in our plan, Kamarin is more than just a stadium. Kamarin is both a stadium and an elite high-altitude training center, because the air around Kamarin is just in its own league. And the training, the suitability of training in Elgeyo Marakwet is on another scale. And so that is a priority project. Alongside this project, we will also be improving Iten grounds, Chepkorio grounds, and another space called Napo Primary School, not Napo, Chepkorio's second school, and the Kiptulu's primary school in Keio South. These all is part of improving that ecosystem in that space and to honor the great contribution of Elgeyo Marakwet. Elgeyo Marakwet gave us Kelvin Kiptum, the young man we sadly lost the other day. And today we had a special ceremony to induct Kelvin Kiptum officially into the Talanta Hall of Fame in honor of his contribution. And so I can confirm that a lot is going on. The resources are limited. At this rate, this House should really consider providing this ministry with a special allocation just for infrastructure, for sports and the creatives, because as you can see, the need is immense. And at the ministry, we are delighted that there is a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of excitement across the country about sports and the creatives. Because if we turn this into a mega industry, then we are guaranteed employment opportunities and support for livelihoods of our young people and a great portion of our population. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
We'll go to the last question, Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the...
Which one, order my Irene? Kombe. Swali gani?
Honorable Speaker, I actually do realize that I skipped 2 questions, if you'd allow me.
The member for Kwale has left, so you can leave out that.
There was a question on...
He says CDF is not allowed
yes,
to...
Yes, just making sure that we now support constituencies. And through the model we have put in place the Talanta Hela model of talent growth from the grassroots. Initially, our target has been the school ecosystem, to work through schools, through colleges, it is possible for us to sit down with honorable members and see how that can be integrated in the programs that members of parliament run at the constituency level. So that as we do constituency academies, as we do constituency athletics development centers, we can also see how sporting activities can be integrated in our broader Talanta Hela program. And on the sports tourism, we are doing very well. We work very closely with the Ministry of Tourism. We already do programs at the coast, like the Vipingo Ladies Open is by any stretch of imagination. The Vipingo LET is a sports tourism package. As we prepare for the WRC Safari Rally next week, we are working together with the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Trade. When the elite drivers arrive this weekend, their first destination is going to be the Masai Mara ecosystem, to use their presence to market the country to the world. And so sports tourism is a product that we are pushing and we are deploying to further expand the attraction of Kenya to the rest of the world. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Irene Mayaka, your question has been scratched on several times in the answers given by the Minister. So ask your question. Minister, you'll take 5 minutes on that. Question 055 of 2024. Nominated member Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my questions to the Cabinet Secretary. Number one, could the Cabinet Secretary elaborate on the policy framework guiding the provision of medical cover for sports persons in the country and measures in place to ensure that athletes are provided with medical coverage? Question number two, state if the Football Kenya Federation, FKF, and the Kenya Premier League has considered the provision of medical coverage to football players, including to advocate for the rights of the athletes to health care. I thank you.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, let me admit that other than the normal processes we go through to provide insurance when our teams are traveling out of the country, like right now we are taking our junior, under 19 junior teams, boys and girls, to Spain at the end of this week. We have had to secure medical insurance for them. Other than those provisions, and also requirements that FKF would be under through the CAF club licensing regulations. When you look at the CAF club licensing regulations, there are requirements for medical insurance and NHIF and that kind of cover for, for players. Other than that, we have really not had any robust, deliberate, intentional, structured plan to provide health insurance to our sportsmen and women. But I'm glad to report that we are working on a composite cabinet memo for the welfare of sportsmen and women. It covers a wide range of issues, from issues of pension, endowment, health insurance, issues of travel. How do our sportsmen and women travel? For instance, we are looking at the possibility of diplomatic passports in certain limited circumstances. We are looking at issues like how do we take care of these athletes when they retire, in retirement? We are looking at housing. How do we provide respectable housing, especially under the affordable housing framework to our sportsmen and women? And this cabinet memo is going to provide us with an official policy framework to finally fix some of the challenges our sportsmen and women face that have never been fixed for 60 years of our independence. I believe, Honorable Speaker, that this is going to provide this House also, because once the policy frame is ready, we have every intention to subject it to honorable members here for your input. And when it comes, please give it your input.
It as a sessional paper.
Yes. We are preparing it in the form of a white paper that could progress all the way to the House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Irene, are you satisfied? I allow you a supplementary.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you for that. I just have a very quick supplementary question, and that is just on what the CS has been able to tell us about the policy paper, which I'm hoping will be fast-tracked because we've already had situations of losing athletes and we don't know the succession or the life insurance plans for them, and I hope that is included. But to the matter relating to the medical cover for the Football Federation, I'm really curious to know if at all the ministry does take a check on the status of compliance of these particular football teams. And the reason why I ask that, and I know the CS must be aware, that we do have instances of even legendary footballers who have had injuries in their line of duty, who are currently actually being donated for money by citizens for them to be able to be taken care of. So my concern is the continuity plan of that and also the status. Are you able to have a status report on the compliance of these particular clubs to the federation regulations? Thank you.
Minister, no joyriders here. We've come to an end.
The scenario affecting our sportsmen and women has previously been really bad, we have to admit. Previously, we have never had a framework, even the rewards framework. Until this administration put in place a new rewards framework, today you know you break a world record, you know we are giving you 5 million shillings. You win a gold medal, you know you are earning yourself 3 million shillings. Now there is certainty. You know what you are competing for, you know what is available to you. We are now naming our facilities using the names of our sporting greats. We are inducting our sporting greats in a Hall of Fame. We have come a long way to provide a framework to send a strong message that Kenyan sportsmen and women are a special breed of our population. They brand this country in a manner that you cannot even quantify financially. That 2-3 minutes someone takes to win an 800-meter Olympics gold medal, that moment when the Kenyan flag is rising in a foreign arena, that moment when all the world is focused on this country, it's invaluable in monetary terms. This country has not treated our sportsmen and women well previously. This administration is changing that and changing it in a deliberate, intentional, and structured fashion. And one of those things is being reflected in the attention we are paying even to issues like pension, what happens to you when you retire, issues like housing, now issues like healthcare. As we discuss the new framework for health insurance, we are initiating discussions with the Ministry of Health to have a special product for our sportsmen and women. We don't even have capabilities in all our health facilities to provide specialized attention to some of these life-changing injuries. The tools of trade for our sportsmen and women are their body parts, their feet, their arms. And you get an injury to that body, we are basically putting you out of life because that is their life. And I can assure this House that through the policy framework we are developing, we'll even fix that enforcement that Honorable Mayaka is mentioning, making sure that those who take responsibility, including federations and other sporting organizations, meet those responsibilities. We enforce those obligations. And I'll go back to that framework because we believe what we've done well, we've done pretty well, but now having a good, solid framework will be able to solidify the interventions we are already making. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, as you leave, I want to encourage you. You've just said what I was about to say, that it is not often that our national anthem is played in as many international capitals as it is done because of our athletes. I want to encourage you, when I was your foreign minister, I anchored the role of our athletes in our foreign policy. It's cross-cutting, it's in foreign affairs, but you can also engage the Minister of Foreign Affairs to ensure that all our world beaters and our emerging athletes are provided with protocol services when they go out there. When our athlete breaks a world record, when our athlete wins a gold medal, every international media house draws interest to interview them. And some of them have either limited education or limited exposure. You should provide them with protocol services and media services that can be able to help them so that they can be able to market the country even more and even better. That's something that you should consider as a minister, and it will be a wonderful thing to do. We don't have any greater brand Kenya and marketing Kenya than our athletes. Yes?
I couldn't agree with, and my heart is dancing with joy to listen to the Honorable Speaker acknowledge something which has become a gospel for me, really to keep reminding ourselves and keep reminding the world that our sportsmen and women are the goose that lays the golden egg of brand Kenya. And nothing brands this country more or better than these great Kenyans. And indeed, I can confirm to you, Honorable Speaker, that process has already started. Today, we are talking about preparation of Kenya House in Paris for the Olympics in the summer. And we have already put together a multi-agency team from this Ministry of Sports, the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to see how to curate that space as a special Kenyan space, as a space where the world can come and interact with the very best of Kenya. And we have already lined up Ferdinand Omanyalas of this world, the Faith Kipyegon, to make special appearances at Kenya House to interact with the world as part of that branding our country. And yes, protocol services are important. I want to thank our ambassadors who have already come on board through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, and make special mention of someone like Ambassador Matwanga in Rome, who was on hand last weekend as Kenya swept and painted Rome, Kenya. Basically, you could have imagined that Rome was actually Kenya because the Rome Marathon was swept, both boys and girls, by Kenyans, and Ambassador Matwanga was on hand to stand by these great sportsmen and women. That is what we encourage our ambassadors to do and our heads of mission across the world. And I have also been telling our athletes, and I can repeat it here, that when a foreign journalist thrusts a mic in your face and you're still panting from that race, speak the language you're most comfortable with. Watajipanga with an interpreter. And you can speak Swahili, you can speak Luhya, you can speak Kalenjin, and ordinarily they'll sort themselves out with interpretation, because really you express yourself best in your language of first instruction. And so if you are comfortable with any of these languages, nothing stops you from doing it. But I agree, Honorable Speaker, that having protocol services and having a protocol officer to support you in these moments is indispensable, and we shall follow. We shall follow through, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You are released to go back to your other duties. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge a visiting delegation from Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. The delegation is in the Speaker's Gallery. It's led by Professor Sinisa Vukovic. He may stand to be acknowledged. There he is. The delegation is visiting Parliament courtesy of the Honorable George Peter Kaluma, the member for Homa Bay, and a member of the Speaker's panel is just about to take the chair. On my own behalf and that of the House, I welcome the delegation to the National Assembly of Kenya to observe the proceedings of the House this afternoon. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, you may be upstanding. including those in the gallery.
They'll lead us out. Thank you. Okay. Oh, we can. Are you the one taking the chair?
No, it comes to the whole house.
Please let them announce.
Very well, honorable members, you may take your seats. We want to get to the committee of the whole house. We want to make the law now. And this time we are dealing with the statute law miscellaneous amendments, number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill, number 68 of 2023.
Provisions relating to the oaths and statutory declaration cap 15.
Order, honorable members. I hope the chairman and the leader is in the house because he'll be playing a very significant role. Very well, the leader is now in the house. We can take that again.
Provisions relating to the oaths and statutory declarations cap 15.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the oaths and statutory declarations cap 15 be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections 3 and 12.
I propose the question that sections 3 and 12 be amended as proposed in the bill. There being no amendments in this particular provision, I put the question that sections 3 and 12 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the oaths and statutory declarations cap 15 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Advocates Act cap 16.
I propose the question that provision relating to the Advocates Act cap 16 be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 2 and section 81(1).
I propose the question that sections 2 and section 81(1) be amended as proposed in the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments to this, and therefore I put the question that sections 2 and sections 81(1) be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Advocates Act cap 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Notaries Public Act cap 17.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Notaries Public Act cap 17 be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 4.1, 4.2, and 5.3.
I propose the question that sections 4.1, 4.2, 5.3 be amended as proposed in the bill. Honorable members, again, there are no amendments to this particular one, and therefore I put the question that sections 4.1, 4.2, and 5.3 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Notaries Act cap 17 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Civil Procedure Act cap 21.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Civil Procedure Act, Cap 21, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 81(1)(a).
I propose the question that Section 81(1)(a) be amended as proposed by the mover. Mover?
Yes. Thank you very much. The chairperson, I propose that Section 81(1)(a) of the bill of the Civil Procedure Act proposed be actually deleted. The justification is that the reduction of the numbers representing the Law Society of Kenya in the Rules Committee would negatively affect the interests of the legal practitioners, because this is theirs.
I propose the question that Sections 81(1)(a) be amended as proposed by the mover. Let's see if there's any interest in this.
Civil procedure rules.
Civil procedure rules. There being no interest in that, I now put the question that Sections 81(1)(a) be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Civil Procedure Act, Cap 21, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to Public Holidays Act, Cap 110.
I propose the question that provision relating to the Public Holidays Act, Cap 110, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Schedule.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the schedule be amended as provided for in the order paper. Honorable Speaker, just for the benefit of members, this was there was a provision to delete Utamaduni Day from a schedule of public holidays, and instead of deletion of that, and in recognition of the crusade to save our environment through climate change mitigation measures, it was the view of the committees that instead of doing away with a public holiday, we rename that particular day to Mazingira Day. Therefore, we are removing the expression Utamaduni Day and replacing thereof with the expression Mazingira Day, so that this public holiday now is themed around protection of our environment, climate change issues. And you remember this year, late last year, we had a day that was designated as a public holiday for tree planting. And therefore, this will now be such a day. Every year, Kenyans will have that opportunity to plant trees and create awareness around issues, mazingira, or environment. Thank you. I beg to move.
I propose the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the mover. I can hear the voice of Honorable Undo.
Chair, the move is just being very extremely unfair. You see, traditionally, that is Moi Day. And honestly, it changed from Moi Day. It was no holiday. It was reinstated. It went, I don't know which day. It went to Tamaduni Day. It's now changed to Mazingira Day. And I'm sure next year he will change it, probably to Kabete Day. Honorable Speaker, can't we just be magnanimous enough and not even attempt to erase history? Just go back to Moi Day. And Moi Day used to love, President Moi used to love environment. Maporomoko, trenches, gabions, tree planting, all those kind of things. And then we theme it Moi Mazingira Day. It look more neater and we'll never lose Moi in our minds. Can you agree we change to Moi Mazingira Day?
We have heard you, Honorable Sonkuli.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chairman, I think the best thing, I agree myself that let it be called Mazingira Day, but the Honorable Oundu has taken away my comments. I think it is more fitting than calling it Utamaduni because the late President Moi was good at preserving the environment. I know that we are still too close to the leadership of Moi to appreciate him, but I know that in future, the word Moi will be added back to Mazingira Day. But for now, we can tolerate it and say, let it be Mazingira Day. And then the great efforts of Moi in preserving the environment of this country will be remembered. But let's all know that it is actually Moi Day.
Very well, I think let's hear from Honorable Member. And that's the last comment, mate, possibly. Proceed. Yes, you have the microphone now.
Thank you, Chair. I want to support this amendment. Honorable Chair, I remember when we were speaking about this amendment previously, of course, we were actually just doing away with the Utamaduni Day, and I noted, Honorable Chair, that it was a little bit confusing. We didn't even know what exactly it has to do with. And Honorable Chair, I'm glad that it is coming out as Mazingira Day. And just like I agree with Honorable Oundo, and I think I agreed with him on the same day again, Honorable Chair, of course, Honorable Moi, Mzee Moi, the second President of the Republic of Kenya, did a lot of things that we remember him for. Where I come from, Honorable Chair, when you go to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospitals, like you're seeing Mzee Moi, when you go to the airport, Eldoret International Airport, it's actually Moi. It's like you're seeing Moi. When you go to the beautiful girls' schools and boys' schools, including and not limited to Kapsabet Boys, Honorable Chair, you're seeing Moi. So, Honorable Chair, of course, I would, were it not for the fact that Mazingira is really important, and it is a day that we need to cultivate, we need to put it in our culture so that we can be able to practice issues and things to do with environmental conservation and planting of trees, of course, with the objectives of this government. I want to agree that we should call it Mazingira Day, but at the back of our minds, Chair, you can never, ever delete what Moi did and what that day stood for so many years, even when we used to sing. So I support this, Honorable Chair.
I think I should put the question now. Honorable members, I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as with contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the very well. The Chair, Administration and Industrial Security, I don't know if he's in the House. He was sharing the same amendment with the Majority Leader, and if the one of Majority Leader takes precedence, then he's false. I now want to put the question that provisions relating to the Public Holidays Act, Cap 110, be amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Trustees Perpetual Succession Act, Cap 164.
Very well. I propose the question that provisions relating to the Trustees Perpetual Succession Act, Cap 164, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 2, 31, 32, 32A, 32B, 3J8, 51, 61, 62, 63, 81, 91, 92, 11, 13.1, 15, Section 16.1, Section 16.2, and Section 17.
I propose the question that sections 2, 3.1, 3.2, 3.2a, 3.2b, 3j, 8, 51, 61, 62, 63, 81, 91, 92, 11, 13.1, 15, 16.1, 16.2, and 17 be amended as proposed in the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments on this one, and therefore I put the question that sections 2, 3.1, 3.2, 3.2a, 3.2b, 3j, 8, 5.1, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 8.1, 9.1, 9.2, 11, 13.1, 15, 16.1, 16.2, and 17 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of that of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Trustees Perpetual Succession Act, Cap 164, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Industrial Training Act, Cap 237.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Industrial Act, I will take that again. I propose the question that provisions relating to the Industrial Training Act, Cap 237, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 5B3.
I propose the question that sections 5.3b be amended as proposed in the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments on this one, and I therefore put the question that sections 5B3 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Industrial Training Act, Cap 237, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Traffic Act, Cap 403.
I propose the question. I propose the question that provisions relating to the Traffic Act, Cap 403, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 117.3.
I propose the question that sections 117.3 be amended as proposed in the bill. There are no amendments again, and therefore I put the question that sections 117.3 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 117.8.
I propose the question that sections 117.8, no, mover, there are amendments on this one. Mover. Section 117.8. Mover, there's an amendment on this one. Leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move that the Traffic Act be amended. Sorry, Honorable Chair, just a minute.
That is 117.8.
Yes.
Yes.
That the Traffic Act, Cap 403, be amended as provided for in the order paper. Honorable Speaker, if you listened during the second reading, this relates to the instant fines on traffic offenses, where in the bill there was a proposal to increase the penalty from 200 shillings to 200,000 shillings, and the committee felt that this
Order
was...
majority. Just move section 117.8. Because we still will have 117.9 and then 117.10.
117.9 and 10.
With 117.8.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as I said, Honorable Speaker, it is to delete the expression to a fine exceeding 200 shillings onto imprisonment of a term not exceeding 1 month, and therefore substitute with the expression on first conviction to a fine of an amount equivalent to 10 times the maximum statutory payment of the offense to which the notification relates, and an amount equivalent to 20 times of the penalty for a second or subsequent conviction. Honorable Speaker, that's what I was explaining. The bill provided for an increment of the penalties or fines from 200 shillings to 200,000 shillings, and therefore we are amending that to create a fine that will be 10 times what you should have been fined had you considered to the charge that you are being charged with and signed the notification pleading guilty to pay the fine. This relates to instant fines, Honorable Speaker. For instance, when I double park in the city and the policeman comes and puts a notification that I have violated this and that section of the Traffic Act, and I am liable to a fine maybe of 1,000 shillings, and all I need to do is to sign on that notification and send it through electronic means or whichever way to pay for the fine, and that matter ends there. Or appear in court to defend yourself. And should you fail to do that, then we are saying you will now be liable to pay 10 times what you should have paid in terms of fines. This is to act as a deterrent for people not to fail to pay fines, Honorable Speaker. And there is also, of course, the introduction of electronic modes of payment of such fines. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I now propose the question that sections 178.8 be amended as proposed by the mover. If there's any interest in this, and I think there should be no much interest because I heard during the second reading everybody was supporting it. I therefore now put the question that sections 117.8 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of our opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now it means that the amendment by the Honorable Gasairo for Kitutu Masaba falls.
Section 117.9A.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Section 117, I beg to move that Section 117.9A be amended as provided for in the order paper. Again, Honorable Speaker, this again relates to such fines for minor traffic offenses. And Honorable Speaker, it provided for again that this would be moved from 500 shillings to 500,000 shillings. And we are now amending to provide for payment to at least 20 times for people who are not first offenders. They will now be required to pay 20 times the maximum penalty payable for the offense of which it was provided for. But there's also the proviso that provided that where the notification relates to 2 or more offenses, the fine under this paragraph shall be based on the offense with the highest penalty under the notification. So, for instance, if I, again, using the same example of double parking, I am charged with double parking and obstructing traffic, and maybe the penalty for obstructing traffic is 2,000 shillings and the one for double parking is 1,000 shillings, I will be required, if I do not pay the fine of 2,000 and 1,000 shillings by signing the notification and returning to court, or appear in court, then the police will track me, charge me, and I will be required to pay 20 times the higher of the 2 penalties, which will be 20 times of the 2,000, you'll be required to pay a sum of 40,000 shillings. Again, as a deterrent, so that we ensure that traffic offend, even the minor traffic offenders, Honorable Speaker, and instill traffic discipline, Honorable Speaker. You've seen what happens in our cities and most of our roads. People overlapping and creating 4, 5, 6 lanes on a road that has 1 or 2 lanes, Honorable Speaker, and therefore creating a lot of inconveniences and costing many other Kenyans dearly, including ambulances getting stuck on roads, Honorable Speaker. We therefore must bring some sanity back into the traffic management of our country. I beg to move.
Very well. I propose the question that sections 117(9)(a) be amended as proposed by the mover. Yes, Honorable Ridikiri.
I think this is a very nice amendment, because what we are witnessing today in terms of accidents and traffic offenses almost everywhere, either by border, by private vehicles, even official vehicles, government vehicles. So I think as a matter of trying to control this and restoring behavior and sanity on our loans, I support this amendment. And actually I'm saying it is even a very lenient amendment. It should have been made more punitive, because I think it has reached a point where now we have to tell Kenyans to do certain things by force. So, Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment and argue that it needs to be brought in very quickly and implemented into law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, let's hear from the honorable member. Make him have the microphone. They're trying to track you there, honorable member. Any microphone near there? Okay. Very well, thank you, Honorable Dikiri.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I stand to support this amendment? Actually, what is going to cure is congestion in our law courts, because if a fine can be made at the inception where the where the offense has been committed, then there is no need to go to the court to congest there, and also the fast the speed of remuneration, whereby the money is paid immediately and the charge is like done on what I would call real time, and actually that's the way we should go. Let us be real time, because technology is with us here. Let's make use of the technology. Thank you.
Very well. Ruku, finally.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise to support this amendment, and that there is need of total overhaul of all the traffic laws we have in the Republic of Kenya, so that we can have a proper traffic management laws, which also incorporate, Chairman, incorporate even the use of satellite to monitor the traffic or traffic management in the Republic of Kenya. That the Republic of Kenya must have a dedicated satellite for purposes of traffic management, such that once you have an offense, you are billed there and then, regardless of where you are, whether you are in Turkana, whether you are in Ramu, whether you are in Kikuyu, or even in Nairobi. So there is need for a serious overhaul of the traffic laws, so that we can have a proper traffic management laws, which will also go a long way in increasing the revenue of the government. Thank you, Chairman.
I had said you'll be the last one, but the honorable member had wanted to speak on this. Let's hear Honorable Aika.
Asante mwenyekiti kwa kunipatia hii fursa niweze kuchangia kwa mambo ya mabadiliko haya ya sheria hizi za barabarani. Na kabla sijaunga mkono, tukizungumzia mambo ya barabarani, nataka kutoa pole zangu kwa waliohusika na ajali ya Kenyatta, ilikuwa kule Taita Taveta, mahali inaitwa Maungu, Voi. Nataka kutoa rambirambi zangu kwa familia wa wote waliopatwa na msiba huo. Nasema pole sana kama makaunti wa Taita Taveta.
na niseme ni wakati sasa umefika tuweze kubadilisha hizi sheria za barabarani ili kuwe na ufasaha. Ajali zimekuwa mingi. Jumamosi pia nazika mtoto ambaye alipata ajali, mwanafunzi alipata ajali upande wa Kapsabet. Kwa hivyo misiba imekuwa nyingi, watu wanapoteza maisha kwa ajili ya ajali za barabarani, na nataka kuunga mkono mabadiliko hayo nikisema ni wakati sasa yaweze kufanywa kazi. Asante sana.
Very well. I now put the question that sections 117(9)(a) be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 117(10).
I propose the question that section 117(10) be amended as proposed in the bill. Honorable members, there's no amendment on this one, and I therefore put the question that section 117(10) be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Traffic Act Cap 403 be amended, be part of the bill. As amended, I'll take it again. I now put the question that provisions relating to Traffic Act Cap 403 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Sexual Offences Act number 3 of 2006, Cap 403.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Sexual Offences Act number 3 of... I'll take it again. There's some correction. I propose the question that provisions relating to the Sexual Offences Act number 3 of 2006 be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 3913.
I propose the question that section 3913 be amended as proposed in the bill. There's no amendment of this one, honorable members, and I therefore put the question that sections 3913 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Sexual Offences Act number 3 of 2006 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Employment Act number 11 of 2007.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Employment Act 2007, number 11 of 2007, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 3.2.
I propose the question that section 3.2 be amended as proposed in the bill. There are no amendments on this one, honorable members, and therefore I put the question that section 3.2 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Employment Act 2007, number 11 of 2007, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Veterinary Surgeons and Veterinary Paraprofessionals Act number 29 of 2011.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Veterinary Surgeons and Veterinary Paraprofessionals Act 2011, number 29 of 2011, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 2.
Mover.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we propose that we do not adopt the definition of annual premises license because the proposed amendment amends the term annual license to annual premises license, but does not amend the actual definition. Section 26 of the Act provides for registration of veterinary surgeons and not premises. So veterinary surgeons act as they are. They are the ones who are licensed. It's not the premises. So if we adopt the definition of our premises, it means it's that facility that we are licensing. And these surgeons are in different categories. We have the veterinary surgeons themselves, the certificate of registration of the veterinary surgeons. They have, the Act provides for registration of the following. One of them is the surgeons themselves. Secondly is the certificate of registration of the surgeons. Then an application for registration as a veterinary surgeon or paraprofessional. And then there are the certificate holders as veterinary paraprofessionals. So it's different categories. Then there is also the notification of particulars in the register. The licenses also to practice as a veterinary surgeon. There's another license. And the other license is the license to practice under a veterinary surgeon by a veterinary paraprofessional. So we have veterinarians themselves registered and the paraprofessionals who are not surgeons as it were. So we cannot talk about a premises.
Very well. I propose the question that Section 2 be amended as proposed by the mover. I don't know if this will attract some debate. In the event there's no debate, I put the question that Section 2 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 2.1, Section 6.2a, and Section 2n.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Sections 2.1, Section 6.2a, and Section 6.2n be amended as proposed in the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments on this one, and therefore I put the question that Sections 2.1, 6.2a, and 6.2n be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 16.5.
Honorable members, I propose, before I propose the question, there are amendments on this one, so the mover. Chairperson, Agriculture and Livestock.
Chair, Section 2.2, or maybe you are not there. I don't know whether you passed.
Section 16.5.
Section 16.5.
You are proposing a deletion.
We are proposing that we do not take the amendment for the following reasons. The amendment presupposes that the proposed amendment is that if the board is satisfied, the applicant, let me just say the reasons. The registrar is subjected to the directive of the board. So the Act provides for the board to direct the registrar to effect registration and issue certificate of temporary registration. The Act itself, that is further, puts emphasis on the provision of Section 26 on registration.
Proceed.
So
this has nothing to do with what you are doing.
The amendment seeks to do away with the directive of the board to the registrar and omits the emphasis on the requirements of Section 26. So if we adopt the amendment, We shall basically do away with the directive of the board and the emphasis that Section 26 puts on this act. And I've seen Section 26 basically emphasizes the provisions of on registration.
Very well. I propose the question that Section 16.5 as proposed, be amended as proposed by the mover. Maybe this should attract some debate. In the event there's no debate, propose the question that provisions relating to the Public Finance Management Act 2012, number 18 of 2012, be amended as proposed in the bill.
Sections 43 and 44.
I propose the question that sections 43 and 44 be amended as proposed in the bill. There being no amendments, I want to put the questions that sections 43 and 44 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that provisions relating to the Public Finance Management Act 2012, number 18 of 2012, be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Universities Act 2012, number 42 of 2012.
Mover?
Sorry, I'll call the section, then the mover will move. Okay. New section 24.3.
Mover.
24. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the new section 24.3 be now read a second time.
I propose the question that new section 24.3 be now read a second time. At this particular level, there should be some debate if there's need for debate. But let me hear the point of order from Makali.
You know, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Honorable Chair, the majority leader is very much aware that this being a new clause needs to be moved and explained. You can't just say I move to the new clause and there's no explanation of the import of the clause. This being a new clause is actually supposed to generate some debate, but he needs to move and explain what is the importance of this, what is it doing to the bill, which he has not done. That's why I'm on a point of order.
No, very well. I was to propose first, so you are ahead of our business, but now the mover can come in and explain. Mover, just go back and explain so that the House may understand.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Makali, you are in order. Proceed, Mover.
I was consulting with the chair of the relevant departmental committee, the Honorable Meli. Honorable Speaker, the proposed amendment for the new section 24.3 is to delete the words "a specialized degree awarding institution," appearing immediately after the word "established," and substitute thereof with the words "specialized degree awarding institutions." The logic being, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, you remember last Parliament we did make this proviso under the Universities Act to be able to establish specialized degree awarding institution for the benefit of specialized courses, especially those in the security sector. Honorable Speaker, following that particular amendment, the National Defense College, I don't know whether it's called the National Defense College or University, the one in Elnet, was awarded the charter. The National Defense University was awarded a charter. But the National Intelligence Service had also sought to have their own specialized courses, specializing on security and intelligence services, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we are only adding the letter S so that you can also establish other institutions other than just that one institution. And I believe the Honorable Makali Mulu, being a member, very diligent member of the Security Committee, now fully subscribes to that particular provision.
Very well, Makali Mulu, I'm sure you should be able to want to speak on this.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to thank the Majority Leader for that explanation because it makes it clear now. But I hope that for purpose of standardization, this specialized university will still be under the oversight of the, is it called higher education something? There's a university board which checks the university in terms of standardization. Yeah, the Commission for Higher Education. I hope they will still be under that purpose of standardization. I support, Honorable Chair.
Chair, Education.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the proposed amendment by the mover are quite in order, in the sense that these two institutions and many others are forthcoming in the future are specialized in the sense that the National Intelligence Service, like the Defense University, and also maybe in the future, other specialized universities will actually come in. So therefore, the amendment is proper and it's in place. Thank you.
Very well. I now put the question that section 24.3 be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new section 24.3 be part of the bill. I put the question that the new section 24.3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 25.
I propose, mover, section 25, Chair, Education. Yes, section 25, you are proposing a deletion. Earlier by a member, you explain explicitly what it all concerns. So who takes it?
National, what do you call it, at a capacity to be turned into universities, or actually national polytechnics. But this bill was trying to say that every institution, the technical institutions, can even turn itself to be a national university. This was going to lower standards. This was going to bring in institutions that are private through the back door and actually make themselves to be national polytechnics, so national universities. So the committee saw it wise that we delete this particular section. Thank you.
I propose the question that sections 24.3, sorry, I'll take it again. I propose the question that section 25 be amended as proposed by the mover. I hear you, Honorable Undo.
Chair, there seems to be a bit of unclarity because the respective section 25 of the Act reads that where a declaration on this section is made with respect to a public institution, So I hope the chair is listening. Here, the reference to a public institution, not a private institution, as he alleges through the back door. Chair, will allow me to proceed once once he's listening.
Well, you are
we need an immediate response. We will not go back to Hansard.
Proceed, Honorable Undo.
Chair.
And the House is listening, some with their third ears. Proceed.
Chair, I think the chair of the committee seems to be a bit unclear on exactly what he wants to do, because the amendments as proposed in the bill was actual to buttress or give clarity to section 25. Because section 25 said where a declaration of this section is made with respect to a public institution, the catchword here, public institution, shall only apply where such institution is a national polytechnic within the meaning of the Technical and Vocational Education Training Act. It is the president who declares a national a technical institution to be a national polytechnic. So the purpose of that particular clause or section was to put into place a progression system where an institution can start as a TVET, become a national polytechnic, and then by the declaration, it can then become a national, or it can become a specialized university. And when you look at the bill, Honorable Speaker, the published bill, page 1843, and says a declaration under this section, now it adds to the already existing, says declaration under this section shall only apply to a public institution. So again, he misled the House, he misled the nation to the effect that a private institution could find its way through. That is that is or previously was a national polytechnic within the meaning clearly indicated, and number two, that has the requisite physical facilities and human resource capacity that are appropriate for a technical university. So on that score, Chair, yes. And I want to persuade the team that probably the chair might have not been very clear what he's talking about, and probably I would ask him to withdraw that amendment and let the amendment that is in the bill stand. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Leader.
Chair, Professor Udo is right. And we have consulted with the chair. I believe he will be withdrawing that particular amendment because the bill as it is perfectly in order, as Professor Udo says, because it basically refers to a public institution, and the law also defines how these national polytechnics, and the subsection 2 that was coming in was to further qualify what is already provided for under subsection 2. Therefore, I want to ask the chair maybe to withdraw his amendment and leave it as it is in the bill.
Chair.
Chair, I do agree with Professor Undo. I think I misread some statement, and I think it's actually proper. I dropped the amendment. Thank you.
Yes, Makali, finally.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, even as I agree with that withdrawal, I think it's important we go on record on this matter that one of the problems we have been facing as a country, Honorable Chair, is a situation where we converted our middle level institutions into universities. And we lost the middle level cadre in terms of skills. So even as we do this, it's something I would really wish that is done in a very cautious way to avoid going back to where we have come from, Honorable Chair, where we converted all our middle level institutions to universities, and you can see where we are in.
Proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
I am not asked when I go outside there, and I say I did not know what happened, and I was here.
Mike? Give me the mic. Very well, Honorable Undo. Let's go back to the chair. Because after deletion, proceed, Chair.
Yes, just a clarification so that Honorable Ondo gets it very well. I moved that we delete the proposed amendments, which was section 13, and substitute, therefore, after deleting, the following new proposed amendments in the proper chronological order. Then I moved all of them from section 2, 9.2, section 9.5D, 13, new section 20A, 20B, 20C, 20D, 28A, and 33A. I moved all of them in that chronological order, and then I supported the arguments to all these sections with what we had actually debated, and it was adopted as the support, the justification for the proposed amendments. Then the questions were put just in that order, and it was actually approved.
The Honorable Undo, we took that. Okay. And it was very heavy, and that's why I was giving members a lot of time to deal with. And the replacements were taken, and therefore we were able to overcome that.
Understood, but we thought we would move all the standard amendments, and then the new clauses are moved typically the way we do that, seconded, and then we debate, then pass. But if it has met the threshold of the procedure, I have no problem. But if there's a procedural issue, then we might have to rethink about it. Because you can't move them in the same manner as if it's a new clause. You know, Chair, you know the procedure for moving a new clause.
Thank you, Honorable Undo, for your hawk eye. Let's hear from, before the Chair, let me hear from Makali.
Before the Chair comes on.
Yeah, we shall bring you last, Chair.
I think, Mr. Honorable Chair, while the justification was very clear, and I think after Honorable Mutusi explained, it was very clear to us. I think in terms of procedure, the new clauses should have been subjected to a second reading before we approve them, but maybe that's beyond us. But I think for the future, it might need to, procedurally, that would be the right procedure for the new clauses only. Because you do second reading, then you do the other bit. I don't know when the things have happened, as they have happened now, what happens. But the justification was very clear. The Chair explained it very well, and we were in agreement with that proposal.
So you are satisfied. Thank you, Chair.
The position, thank you, Chair. The position is that I actually moved, and you proposed the question. The debate was adopted, the earlier debate, and then you proceeded to put the questions. If you notice from the statute law miscellaneous amendments, it's slightly different from the other bills, because each proposed statute is taken separately, independently, and conclusively, each of them. That is where the difference is, that every statute we took, we went and voted on every clause. After that, we voted on the clauses as a block, and if they carried the day, then the statute was amended. As opposed to when you are doing one bill and you have to go each step, the way we've said, new clauses coming in after we have read the other clauses that are to be amended.
Very well. Very well. It is within our procedure, and it was well taken. And therefore, let's move.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill. Leader of Majority, you had amendment to this.
Yes, he has. I can take it for you. I also have an amendment to it.
So who takes the first bite?
If it carries the day, then that of the Leader of Majority is going to actually also pass, because the same thing.
I believe I believe there's an agreement that you go first. If yours is taken, the one of the leader falls. Proceed then, Chair.
It's the same thing, actually, exactly the same wording.
Order, Honorable Chair. On the order paper, it's for the leader. So allow the leader to move it.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the amendment on Clause 1 be amended, or rather Clause 1 be amended as proposed on the order paper. And this is on a commencement date that shall come into force upon publication in the Gazette immediately after the expression of 2023 on commencement.
I propose the question that Clause 1 be amended as proposed by the mover. The Chair, you wanted to speak on this, so we can hear you.
Thank you very much. The committee had a similar proposed amendment, and now that by the Leader of Majority has carried the day, then the other one falls by the wayside. So the position is that this Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act, as it's going to be, will come into force on publication in the Kenya Gazette. So I do support it absolutely.
Honorable Undo, I hear you. Honorable Undo, let's hear you.
Chair, I completely support the amendment, but I was just wondering loudly, is there any timelines for the Gazette? You know, the Gazette can take 10 years, 2 years. For example, the bill concerning, the act concerning NGOs has never been operationalized up to now, has never been gazetted. I don't know, do you envisage a situation where there could be some bit of timelines? Because some of these amendments are far-reaching, and probably the one even the Attorney General. It will be important that by the time we are passing the appropriation bill, they have been gazetted and come into effect, so that we can now staff those Attorney General adequately, so that we don't keep on doing things the way we have been doing. I am just wondering if they could explain and clarify. Thank you. As soon as possible.
Leader, do you maybe just in 1 minute for the benefit of Honorable Undo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, Professor Udo knows that that particular bill he's talking about was not under the Kenya Kwanza regime. President William Ruto assents to bill as soon as they are presented to him by the Speaker, and they are gazetted soon after. Therefore, it will be expedited with, and I agree with him, especially on the provisions relating to the Attorney General's office, so that as we appropriate money, we can appropriate resources to the office of the Attorney General, knowing that they are likely to be recruiting more staff. Thank you.
Very well. Allow me to put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as with contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, maybe before I move to report, just to take note, Honorable Chair, that I had requested the Honorable Speaker that I withdraw, consent for withdrawal of the provisions of Section 56(1)A of the Universities Act of 2012 as was contained in this bill. And therefore, as we consider this bill, the Speaker did assent through his communication that we are now considering this bill without consideration to Section 56(1)A of the Universities Act of 2012. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the statute law, miscellaneous amendments number 2, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well, Leader. I want to actually approve that the proposed amendments to provision relating to Section 56(1)A of the Universities Act 2012 was withdrawn, as you have actually indicated. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the statute law miscellaneous amendments number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Very well, Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 68 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report and request Honorable Naomi Wako to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. For the convenience of the House, I will defer the putting of that question to the next time it will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 14, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, second reading.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to beg your indulgence. This is a very important bill dealing with matters to do with risk management of disasters in this country. And this bill was considered by the Committee on Regional Development. And the chair of that committee, the Honorable Chakapong, was to second me. Honorable Speaker, he had sought permission to join our chair, one of our members in the Budget and Operations Committee, member for Embakasi West, who is bereaved, and he's not in the House. I'm therefore constrained to move this bill without a seconder, and therefore seek your indulgence to drop this particular order now to another time, Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence.
Majority Leader, being the mover of this particular bill, your request is acceded to. This particular order will stand step down to the next time it will be scheduled. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, reports of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the 5 constituencies in Vihiga County.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, again, as I indicated, because of the bereavement of one of our members, the chairperson of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee is not in the House. Honorable Speaker, the chair being unavailable, I would request your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, also that order number 15 be deferred. Equally, Honorable Speaker, the chair for the Committee for Agriculture and Livestock is in the House, but as you can see, Honorable Chair is packing to join our colleague, and therefore I would also seek your indulgence that we defer on order number 16, and the same for order number 17, which is also from the chairperson, Decentralized Funds Committee.
Majority Leader, we can only speak to order number 15. And so, based on your request thereon,
for order number 15.
That particular order number 15, will be stepped down.
Yes.
Will be transacted in the future when it will again be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, inquiry in the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023.
The mover for this is the chairperson, Departmental Committee, Agriculture and Livestock. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to request your indulgence that we stay this order to next time the House convenes, because the honourable member was supposed to second is not in the House. So I'm allowed just to move, and then it will not be seconded. Thank you.
For the reasons given by the mover and elaborated upon by the Majority Leader before, order number 16 will stand step down to the future. Next order.
Order number 17, motion, reports of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County.
Mover. The mover for this is the chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee.
Yes.
Are we ready to proceed with this?
Honorable Speaker, as I had indicated, for the same reasons as order number 15, the chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee is not in the House, and therefore seek your indulgence to defer this to a later time.
Yeah, this particular order will, on account of those reasons placed before the House by the majority leader, stand deferred to a future date when it will be scheduled for consideration by the House Business Committee. Let me thank the House on behalf of the substantive Speaker for the dedication you have showed in going through the Committee of the House proceedings this afternoon. And not just this afternoon, but the whole day beginning the morning. I know the House is engaged in other businesses. That is why the House cannot proceed beyond this time. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the time being 7:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 21st day of March 2024 at 9:30 a.m.